Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, still here filling in for Anthony all week. Joining me is a macro strategist, Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And Blake Morrow, co-founder of Forex Analytics. Good morning, Blake.
Good morning, Maggie. Good morning, Craig.
Blake is in remarkable shape for the fact that he has a house full of frat boys, frat gentlemen, staying with him ahead of the Fiesta Bowl. Go Old Miss.
Go Old Miss, running Rebs. Yeah, it's hotty toddy time over at our house, and I'll tell you, Maggie, I get up at around 3 in the morning. They got home about an hour before I got up, so
You're just like handing off the beer. You should just show up with a beer tomorrow, Blake. I mean, it's like a beer and coffee and that's it. Oh, wait, you won't be able to find one because there's no coffee
no,
in your house.
they're all gone.
Well, it's a fun time for everyone. But we got some work to do before we get to more playoffs and more football. Ahead of the Open, we're seeing a pullback in metals. Looks like a little bit of sort of tempering of some of that enthusiasm all around. Definitely a pullback in metals after the huge moves on Tuesday. The dollar and treasury prices slightly higher ahead of the ADP data, which is going to be crossing in just about 15 minutes time, a little under. Equity futures are kind of flat to slightly lower. Craig, I think the big event this morning is definitely going to be that ADP report.
Yeah, we walked into the year. We had the inflows to start the year, some euphoria, a bunch of vol selling, people getting positions on, and no data yesterday. We kind of talked about it would be a quiet day. It was a quiet day, but it was an explosive day for the tape. But now I think we're into the back half of the week with data showing up today. The ADP very important at 8:15. ISM services PMI at 10 o'clock. And then tomorrow claims, Friday NFP, and this potential for a Supreme Court ruling on tariffs. So back half of the week, I think it's time to see, is this rally going to continue or are sellers going to show up, right? I mean, technically, things look pretty good and the vol selling has been pretty aggressive. We're back into a positive gamma position in the tape. So general complacency abound, but there's some macro risks heating up a little bit. And so we'll have to see how the rest of the week transpires.
Yeah, Blake, I know you're focused on currencies. And by the way, really, really well-known technician Peter Brandt said, if you figure out what the dollar's doing, you know a lot about what the rest of the market's going to do, especially at the beginning of the year. So interesting that the dollar is a little bit firm here going into this macroeconomic data. Any sort of, signs you're picking up for the currency market in terms of what we can expect today?
Well, I'm going to go back and just reiterate what Craig said. There's a lot going on today. Obviously, today we can see a move, but it really falls on what's happening on Friday. I became a Supreme Court expert as of yesterday. Learning more about Opinion Day, and I think that's what the market might ultimately be waiting for. We do have pretty low vols. One of the things technically I think that we can all take away from the dollar right now, and this is one thing that myself as a technician, and I do agree with what Peter Brandt says. If you can figure out what the dollar is doing and how it's going to react, it really will build you a roadmap to what the rest of the market's doing. That's why it's so important for me to kind of like take the puzzle pieces every morning. I take a look at what's happened in Europe, what's happened in Asia, what's happened overnight that I didn't have. And it's like kind of like putting together a jigsaw puzzle every morning to kind of figure out how I want to attack North American trade. And that's, kind of how currency traders go about their day. The one thing I will note here, just on the dollar, we're struggling at a 38% retracement. So whenever you see a move in the market, like in this case, you can see clearly that the move had been down in the dollar. And when you get only a 38% retracement, which we're basically holding, that means that it's a fairly shallow retracement. That means the dollar's still under pressure. It's being offered, if you will. So this level right here, it's around 98.80. I think it's going to be really important for the market to watch. As we go into not only today with the ADP data, we do have ISM services and jolts a little bit later today, but then as we head into the remainder of the week. So the dollar still looks, just to answer your question, that was a really long way of answering. The dollar still looks a little pressured here going into the second half of the week.
I like the long answers, especially when you give us important levels to watch, because I think it is going to be really critical here. Craig, one thing that's worth, hey, everybody in the chat, by the way, someone's saying have a beer for them, Blake. But she's got to make it through the day first, but we may keep him to that promise later. And a lot of people thinking about metals again. Not surprising, Craig, because we've seen such big moves in that, especially if you're day trading. and we'll have, I'm sure, we'll check in with the guys later, but I'm sure they're going to be thinking about that. Uh, and we got some Forex spot traders here for you, Blake. So they appreciate the levels as well. But Craig, my question is, um, there's been a lot of concern about the reliability of the data. So we get ADB today. We're going to have a few reports to put together. But, are we thinking, given the fact that we've been in a little bit of a vacuum through the holiday and now, and remember, even before, we weren't getting government data during the shutdown. So we're kind of playing catch up here. Do you feel like we're going to have a knee-jerk reaction? Is there some confusion that we're really getting an accurate read on what's going on in the economy? Can we trust the numbers, I guess, is a short way of saying it.
Yeah, I think the government shutdown and what they did to the public data has made it a bit of an issue, and that's going to take, I think, a few more months really for people to get that confidence back that all systems go, everyone's reporting, and we don't have big assumptions in there in the data. But ADP has been providing data throughout, so I think the ADP number is pretty been pretty reliable. So in ADP, previously I've been talking about, I think it was 4 or 5 negative months of payrolls out of the prior 7. So there's been some negative momentum here, so we'll see. I think the weekly numbers we've been getting from ADP show potential for a little bit of recovery, and markets looking for 50,000 positive employment change versus negative 32,000 last month. So already expectations for better numbers. But yeah, I think as we move through the week and we get the NFP, it won't be an all clear, right? If we get a great number or a very bad number, I don't think the market's going to give you the all clear. Okay, it's definitely this or it's definitely that. I think we're going to continue to want to see more data from the government, but as we've been talking about, the labor market momentum has been sluggish, and I think we've been in a dearth of data here now for the last few weeks and over the holidays. So this is kind of the first gut check for the year. ADP, ISM, and NFP. What's really going on in the economy?
Yeah. Ahead of that, I just wanted to bring up for anybody who's trading crypto or is watching crypto. When we were talking yesterday afternoon, Craig, for the afternoon update, I noticed that even though stocks were rallying, crypto had turned. There were a couple events happening. MSCI did say late yesterday that strategy would stay in the indexes. That name has been flying around. It looks like it's up pre-market. On the back of that. But this morning, I don't know if anybody saw this, CNBC had a really interesting piece on the fact that Venezuela may be sitting on Bitcoin reserves, maybe other cryptos as well. No one really knows. The suggestion is they're spread on cold wallets throughout the Maduro, former administration, generals, whatever. And a lot of it was speculative, but it sort of raises the question, do they start in the chaos now? Do they start unloading that? Crypto's down today. Just something to watch if you're in that space. It's a sort of different kind of whale sale, but I thought that was interesting, and I'm going to be keeping an eye if we start to get any more chatter, any more sort of legitimate reports on that. But I thought that was interesting. But if you're watching crypto from a risk perspective, that didn't participate yesterday, and it's down again today. Does that tell us anything, or is it just part of the people trying to find their feet in the mixed signals here and waiting for all this data?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been talking about, I think, Blake mentioned, I think on Monday, this potential bear flag pattern that's been developing here, possibly as we get the recovery in Bitcoin prices to start the new year, maybe after some tax loss selling last year. But it's been a notable laggard amidst the debasement trade dynamics that gold and silver have participated in, and liquidity dynamics that out there. So I think the narrative has shifted. It'd be great to talk with Luke Gromen later this morning about that. He's been a Bitcoin advocate for quite some time, but he's changed his tune lately, and he's become a little bit more negative on Bitcoin for some reasons. So we'll get into that with him. But no, I think it acts as I think Luke mentions it's the last functioning fire alarm, right, where there's no no government manipulation. But the story about Venezuela potentially owning 600,000 Bitcoin, I mean, who knows, right?
Yeah.
Do they have it? Will they use it to sell it? Will the U.S. just take it and make it ours? Like we're going to take the oil and make it ours? Who knows, right? There's a lot of dynamics in play there, but certainly it's notable how weak the entirety of the space has been versus other risk assets that we've had.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Another interesting chart I saw this morning, Russell leading gains on the year so far. That Dow next and NASDAQ the laggard. I don't know. Is there a sense that the rotation trade is finally here, or Craig and Blake maybe weigh in on this as well? Is this just part of this sort of churn we're seeing at the beginning of the year as people sort of put some money to work, especially those large funds?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more the latter. And I think we've been, trying to identify the spaces that and sectors folks will go into if they're thinking about shifting out of some of the Mag 7 names, and what are the areas of the economy that are doing better, and struggling to find that. Housing continues to struggle. The low-end consumer continues to struggle. Energy is a place potentially for some interest, but yesterday kind of got smacked back after the strong day on Monday, kind of a return, right back to its whipping boy status. So we'll see. I think where we did see some strength yesterday was in memory. Again, Micron, SanDisk, some of these names in the AI value chain where there is real supply demand, positive dynamics where supply just can't keep up with the demand. That's what we're seeing. So maybe within NASDAQ, we're seeing some shifting as well. So, and as far as the shift into Russell, look, I mean, small caps are a beneficiary of lower rates, but they are very much more economically sensitive. So are we rotating into a pro-cyclical environment because the economy is getting better? Or if the labor market rolls over and the Fed is late to cut, and that's really not where you want to be rotating into. So I think, to start the year, a lot of just portfolio shifting going around. But as we move through the rest of the week and into next week and into earnings and the back half of the month, then we'll get a real sense of like where's the capital going to go, I think.
And have you taken a look at what's happening in the German DAX? I mean, I'll just pull up some market here just really quick. But look at the German DAX is at all-time highs too. So I think this idea that we have U.S. exceptionalism, I think we also need to pay attention to what's happening in international markets as well.
Yeah, it's interesting too on Germany. It's been kind of it's been a laggard economically, weak growth. And even this morning, weaker inflation out of Europe. Yields are moving back lower again. The ECB is on hold, but despite that, like to your point, the DAX is at highs. It's kind of playing the old bad news is good news theme for equities, right? The potential for more liquidity, lower rates is just taking equity prices to the moon.
Yeah. I think we've seen a lot of headlines on the defense sector. Not surprising, given the geopolitical backdrop we're operating in. So a sense that is, people tend to think of geopolitics as a macro risk. I guess can be a tailwind too if you're in some of these sectors that were, overlooked. I felt like a lot of those gains were priced in last year. I don't know, but certainly has helped the DAX.
It has.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Blake.
No. I was going to say it has. I just actually was going to just turn your attention to really quick. Maggie had mentioned that precious metals were under pressure, and they are. We're actually seeing, gold's down at its lowest levels of the session right now as New York comes into trade. So, yeah, I don't know if you can see.
No, I mean, look, the geopolitical stuff I think is going to be with us, and volatility in the precious metal space, has been much more elevated, right? And so it's kind of the one area where we're seeing that, a bit more of that two-way trading, into a number at 815, maybe just some position, squaring, but we'll see. I think the geopolitical stuff is going to be with us, right? Whether it's the U.S. Looking to take out Greenland, what are we going to do with Venezuelan oil? What are the reactions in the Middle East? There's obviously uprisings developing in Iran. There's increased talk of something happening there before the end of the month. So it's not something that seems to be bothering the equity market, or even the bond market for that matter. But we're seeing the volatility where you would expect it, which is in in oil, in precious metals. And so I think that kind of makes some sense. And if things start to spiral, then it'll start to picked up in the equity market and in the bond markets.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Iran. We haven't even talked about that, but that has been sort of, getting more intense. And certainly I don't think it's accelerating. We're going to talk to Luke. He's saying everything's accelerating quicker than he thought, which I'm really interested to hear about. We're getting close to that number. So I just want to put everybody on alert. And Craig, I think you're going to try to bring it to us when it comes. So ahead of that, maybe let's put up bonds, Blake, if you can, because I don't know if this is I think you're probably going to be looking at the dollar too, so we can flip between dollar and treasuries, which is I think where we're going to see the sort of most immediate reaction, or at least the reaction that will lead.
That's exactly right. I actually have the 10-year yields up right now, so we'll see. We should see an instant reaction here with the data that should be out in just about less than 30 seconds. And yeah, we should get a dollar reaction. I don't know how much equities are going to move on the heels of this ADP data, but I will reiterate what Craig said. ADP data has been, it is, we all always have to remember it is private data. It's not government data. So the reliability factor of the ADP data is I think
41,000. So a little bit worse than expected. Market was at 50. And last month was revised from -32 to -29. So sequential improvement, a little bit worse than expected. Kind of a, not such a big deal. I mean, for 41,000 payrolls for the private economy, I guess is in December. I guess it's okay, not great, not horrible. Not indicative of a labor market that is imploding, but certainly also not indicative of something that is incredibly robust. And so we know the government data or the government hiring has really slowed down. And so I think the labor market momentum is not terrific. Now, is that something that's going to really move the Fed to cut rates sooner? We'll see. I think the January meeting odds are down below 20%. I don't expect those really to move before Friday. I think if we got a very, very negative print on Friday, we might see some increased talk of making January more of a live meeting, but it seems like January is kind of off the table now, unless things really are showing some much worse momentum.
Yeah. And Blake, any reaction you're seeing on either the dollar or treasuries?
Not really. I mean, the dollar pulled back just a little bit, but this is I always like to use the porridge isn't too cold, it isn't too hot, and when it's just right, equity markets like it. I mean, equity markets see as Craig pointed out, it's softening just a little bit, probably enough to keep traders, especially in equities. They're like, hey, look, I still got a chance. That we might get rate cuts. So equities popped up just a few points on that. You saw S&P just move up a couple handles, and the dollars just kind of flopping around. No big reaction, but I think the bigger reaction is probably going to be in the ISM services data that we get at 10 a.m. And we are a services economy, so that ISM data I think is going to be important, and I think the employment component inside of it's going to be important. What do you think, Craig?
Yeah, I mean, there's good leading indicator qualities from that employment component of services ISM. So I think folks will be looking at that. Yesterday, we had the final reading on the market PMI for services, and it came in a little bit worse than the flash reading. And some of the commentary was a little bit more concerning. And so we're definitely seeing a bit of a slowdown to exit the year in the services part of the economy. And so I agree. I think services ISM is very important. Look, I think to the point earlier, the equity market will care when bond market starts to move a little bit more rapidly, whether it's in either direction. If yields really start to move lower because of fears of a slowdown or disinflationary trends, I think equities will notice that. And if yields start to move, reasonably higher because of the tariff ruling going in an adverse way, I think equity markets may notice that. But you're right. I think when the bond market is contained, volatility can be suppressed. And then we just continue to have vol selling components dynamic in play in the equity market. And, January is a big month for options for leaps. And so, expiry's next Friday for that. And, Jem Carson talks about the window of weakness opportunities, but typically the run up into that options expiry is constructive as folks are buying back hedges. And so we typically see, reasonable support for the tape into the expiry, which is next Friday. And then after that is when the window opens. So we may just be in this kind of grind up, low sell vol, dynamic here for the next couple of weeks until we get into earnings season, until we get a little bit more information on the pace of economic momentum.
And let's Maggie, let's not forget that low vol is usually good for equities. I mean, we got equities that was the highest close ever yesterday, wasn't it, Craig? In the S&P, I'm sorry.
I think, look, I mean, it's and I was looking back yesterday. I mean, the MOVE index, which is fixed income volatility, is really moved materially lower and is considerably lower than, let's say, where we were at the beginning part of 2024. The VIX is still reasonably above where we were in the first half of 2024. I guess there's a bit of a Trump component in there and some unknown, but volatility hasn't. Equity volatility still has room to move lower. In an environment where folks believe that the administration has your back, the Fed has your back, Treasury has your back, and the economy is kind of holding in there, and earnings are improving because of productivity gains from AI. That's your that's your Goldilocks scenario where the rotation happens and doesn't disrupt the indices and everything kind of works. And that's your more of a melt up scenario, more of a maybe like a 2000 type scenario. We just kind of continue to rally throughout the first quarter until something, more averse happens on the earnings front in the AI space. That's a very high potential probability as well.
Yeah, so when there's so much anticipation for the economic data, if we get this sort of kind of Goldilocks, like just in the middle, nothing disruptive, is earnings the catalyst now, Craig? Or is it just simply momentum? I mean, we're a little bit out from earnings and, we won't get some of the big names. We'll get banks first, which might be interesting. I mean, financials did well. But is that the next sort of, catalyst that we're looking for?
I think the passive flow dynamics are going to be strong if the economy holds in there, right? The 401k dynamics will continue to provide inflows into the equity market. We don't have share buybacks right now, but we could get some more vol selling, and systematic flows are not back to record highs. So we could get some more releveraging if vol continues to get sold. Typically during earnings season, what we get is dispersion, right? We get different stocks moving up, different stocks moving down, but dispersion's already kind of at the lows, right? Implied correlations are about as low as we had. So I think earnings will definitely matter on an individual name basis, but even more thematically, how did the year end, and is the AI related part of the earnings stream continuing to accelerate like we saw, throughout 2025? I think people will be very sensitive to those dynamics. We don't get big tech earnings until, really the last week of January, or maybe even the first week of February. So we got a little time there. But you're right, banks are making new highs. They were the early reporters. I think, expectations are very high for bank earnings. But I think as long as the economy kind of holds in there and volatility remains suppressed, equities will generally just kind of continue to, I think, grind higher. But if we get some more evidence that the economy is starting to roll and some of these geopolitical things maybe escalate a little bit more in the coming weeks, which is very possible. I just saw a headline about potentially seizing a tanker out of Venezuela, and we know that Russian ships are also been summoned to the region. So and the Iran stuff is maybe percolating. There's a lot on the agenda here with volatility so low that something could upset the apple cart.
Yeah. Blake, I don't know that you trade this, but it might be worth. Somebody put a question in the chat about nat gas. And if we're looking across, we see oil down slightly. Nat gas is up over 4%, almost 5%.
Oh wow, it is, and I don't either. It's better known as the widowmaker. I have to see real big extremes to get involved in nat gas. So when you're like, this is a pretty. You can see it's been a while since I've actually pulled up this chart in particular. I have to be at the extremes near channel support or resistance to really get involved. But we are not too far from the 200 DMA. So I mean, there is that. But yeah, it is not something that I tend to step into. It's kind of like crude oil. I have to see some really big extremes for me to get involved.
Yeah. Speaking of oil, and even energy, I think you were pointing out, Craig, I don't know I haven't checked Chevron this morning, but does it feel like some of that initial move is cooled off now? I mean, are we going to be talking about paying more attention to the energy sector now in the sort of same way that we were obsessed with AI? Or is this a headline driven moment and we're likely to kind of, resume the positions for tech?
Yeah, look, I think there's a thematic in play where there is power shortages and energy infrastructure issues that need to be addressed in order to deliver the types of growth that AI is expecting. And so I think there's an acknowledgement that energy and power related, demand is going to increase. And so I think there was a catalyst here potentially from this Venezuelan news that should, give people some understanding about it or a reason to relook at the sector. But I think if you were to ask me on Sunday night, what was oil going to do if the U.S. took over Venezuela's oil production, I'd say oil would be down. And that's where it is, right? Oil is lower because more barrels are going to come onto the market. And that wasn't necessarily their initial reaction, but I think we're seeing more of that evidence now. But I do think it's going to take a lot of time before we get production really back up to levels that, really upset the supply demand dynamics. But
Mm.
I think people are going to be looking throughout 2026 for new places to put capital. I think the AI story has been great. And then now we're looking for secondary beneficiaries. Where do the economics move? Where is the profitability? Where are the margins improving? And where are earnings expectations going up in 2026? And I think if you got a floor in the oil price, and nat gas kind of holding in there, I think nat gas story is interesting, as we move through, but the weather conditions kind of impact the spot price. But ultimately, in order to power AI in the U.S., it's going to come from nat gas. We're going to need more demand. More supply of power is going to be filled with nat gas demand. So I think that's an area that people are going to spend a little more time on. But highly geopolitical sensitive, highly weather sensitive, and so it just makes it the widowmaker name for nat gas is kind of well earned.
Yeah, I think commodities in general can really be a tough one. So if you're not experienced, you need to pay attention to people who are. Hey, Blake, are you watching Aussie dollar?
I am. Yeah, Aussie actually hit new trend highs last night. It's interesting that you now we're talking my speed. Here we go, Maggie. The CPI data came out last night, and it came in worse than expected on the headline numbers. But then we got the trim mean numbers, and they came in not only a little bit stronger, they came in after the fact. So what was really interesting is we saw the Aussie rip in Asian trade, but more importantly, I'd love to point this out. This has been known as like more of a risk currency. It's kind of like over the years, and really over the last 20 some odd years that I've been trading the Aussie dollar, it's been more of it acts almost like a Bitcoin, if you will. So I can really gauge risk as far as risk taking in the Aussie dollar. It's broken away from that for the last couple of years, and the Aussie, I think, is acting more like a quote unquote commodity currency, more of a scarcity type of currency. And maybe everything that's happening geopolitically is far away from my bed type of currency. That means that I don't want to call it a safe haven, if you will, but I like the way it's acting. And yesterday we broke a really key level of resistance. This is a longer term level of resistance, and I love technically one of my favorite setups. And I know you've met with Brent Donnelly before over the years, and Brent and I have known each other for years as well. He calls this a slingshot type of trade. I call it, just a false breakdown. But when you get these big false breakdowns like this, and you get everybody just, crazy, getting out, they hit the panic button. That usually ends up meaning there's a longer term reversal at play that's building. And so I love the way the Aussie's looking. I love the way the Kiwi's looking. I think these central banks they're RBA. I mean, the next move is going to be higher, more than likely, unless something dramatically happens geopolitically in China. For right now, the RBA, RBNZ, those central banks are looking to hike. That's going to be their next move. And when you're sitting here looking at the Fed, knowing that you're going to have a little bit of a dovish Fed, that interest rate differential is just widening, and you can see it actually picking up in the Aussie. So yeah, I love it. Glad you asked. Thank you.
Sure thing. No, I mean, there's a lot of action. Just out of curiosity, and we could dig into this a little bit more tomorrow, because I know we're going to say goodbye to you in a second. Do you track Latam currencies? Are you paying more attention now, given what just happened and this, Don Road doctrine? Is that something that we all need to bone up on?
100%. First of all, if you guys haven't seen like the dollar mex and the just the meltdown in the dollar mex, that's the strengthening of the Mexican peso, or better yet, take a look at the rand. And so and I think we talked about this like on Monday.
South African.
Yeah, the South African rand rather. We talked about this on Monday. When you see those emerging market currencies so strong, that's a natural carry trade in the FX market. Asset managers are parking their money in these higher yielding currencies and taking the interest rate differential beneficiary of just parking their money in rand or pesos or whatnot. And that is really a risk taking move. So when you see the rand so strong, you see the Mexican peso so strong, I really have a difficult time trying to get short stocks. I know everybody's like, oh, stocks are so high, I don't want to fade them here. But when the FX market is doing what it's doing, that's like a big warning sign that don't fade equities here, not unless the currency market starts to show its hand. And so, yeah, between the peso and the rand, I mean, they're both very, very strong and steady, to the downside right now. You can see it. You can see how strong that peso is.
Fantastic. Fantastic. It sounds like everybody should have that on their dashboard, even if they're not trading them, just as a risk signal. So fantastic point, Blake. Thank you so much for that.
My pleasure.
Love it. I love it. All right, Blake. So fun having you hang with us. Good luck with all the fellas in the house. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
Hotty toddy, go Rebs. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. And by the way,
the pregame has started at the Morrow House. Enjoy.
And by the way, I will be a little tired on Friday, but I will still be here after the Fiesta Bowl.
Awesome. That is resilience. Thanks so much, Blake. All right, it is time to bring in our guest, Luke Gromen. Luke is the founder and president of Forest for the Trees and the author of Mr. X Interviews Volume 1 and 2. Hey, Luke, it's fantastic to have you with us this morning.
Good to see you again, Maggie. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. So, I mean, the timing couldn't be better because this is just right in your wheelhouse. You have been warning for years that we're reaching a tipping point in terms of debt and the fragility of the financial system. And I saw you tweeted that this is all happening faster than I thought. So just give us a bigger picture. Talk to us about what you see happening.
Yeah, the tweet involved was the pace at which gold is overtaking the dollar in global FX reserves. So something we've been talking about ad nauseum for 10 plus years has been central banks essentially stopped growing holdings of treasury bonds in 2014 and shifted to gold, and it accelerated when we froze Russian FX reserves in 2022. And we're now to the point where in global FX reserves, gold is bigger than treasury bonds, and it's gaining rapidly on the dollar. And so you're seeing that happen faster and faster. And I think ultimately the events of the last couple of weeks are only going to accelerate that even faster, particularly when combined with some of the things you're starting to see in terms of what's happening with Japan in the JGB market, where I don't know what the yield is on the JGB that starts to create some problems, but I know it's out there somewhere. So that's for someone who's been watching it happen. It's been fascinating to watch this quickening in recent years, and certainly so far year to date.
Yeah, Luke, I'm curious, this action over the weekend with the U.S. and Venezuela. Some have talked about this idea that as the U.S. is kind of the dollar's been losing some of its hegemony status, and treasuries have been losing some of its neutral reserve status. That this is a counterpunch. This is a move by the U.S. to kind of take over these resources in Venezuela, reintroduce the oil flows, kind of reinstitute some of the dynamicism of the petrodollar system, and try to push back against the narrative that the dollar has lost it. What's your thought there? I mean, you think this is that an overplayed idea? How are you thinking about it?
Yeah, I think it's an overplayed idea. And forget about what I think. Empirically, the pressure gauge that I follow for the health of the petrodollar system is the gold to oil ratio. Right, so gold competes with the treasury bonds. Right, so let's back up. Petrodollar system is dollars only priced in gold. Oil is only priced in dollars, and petro flows are recycled into treasuries and U.S. financial assets more broadly. And so the gold to oil ratio is just a pressure gauge on the health of that. Gold competes with treasury bonds, so we want low gold. We want relatively high oil because that generates the petro flows back into treasury markets, and it helps create demand for dollars because people have to hold dollars to get the oil. So a low gold to oil ratio is a really healthy petrodollar system. By way of context, that ratio hit its lows in 2007, 2008 at the 6 to 8 barrels per ounce of gold range. In 2008, Vladimir Putin started buying gold. Oil, one of the biggest oil producers in the world, started buying gold. We're now at nearly 80 barrels an ounce, and the response to these actions are that the gold to oil ratio rose. Gold was up more than oil. And so to me, empirically, uh, it's a fascinating dichotomy. I am seeing nothing but chest thumping about these actions in the media, on Twitter or X, about how we've reshored this up and might makes right and blah, blah, blah. And yet the markets are telling us the U.S. has actually undermined the dollar system faster because the gold to oil ratio is rising, not falling in response to it. And that makes perfect sense to me, right? This to me is just another version of what happened after we grabbed Russian FX reserves, right? Remember all the chest thumping around that? We froze them out. The ruble's going to be rubble. Well, ruble's up since that day against the dollar, number one. And number two, we can see what the world did, which is there's something called Angel's paradox, named after Wayne Angel, which is when you're the reserve currency and you start discrediting or making it harder to transact in the reserve currency, you actually saw off the branch on which you're sitting. So, I mean, think about it. If I'm China, look, we can think whatever we want about China. The fact is they made investments in Venezuela based on dollars they earned in trade in the rules-based global order under the U.S.'s petrodollar system. And now the U.S., after saying in 2022 that treasury bonds may not be safe as a reserve asset, depending on whether we like what your country is doing or not, and those rules change from year to year. Now we're saying dollar-based commodity investments anywhere in the world, and certainly in the Western Hemisphere, may or may not be safe stores of value. So what's going to happen if I'm China? They are going to take and bid gold like I think we're going to get the post-2022 reaction of gold relative to treasury bonds, relative to everything on steroids in response to this. And, it's early. I don't want to play 5-minute macro, but empirically, for all of the talk about reshoring the petrodollar system, the petrodollar's health gauge is actually saying the petrodollar was made sicker, was made weaker by these actions.
I love 5-minute macro. It's kind of always what we make you do, which and you're so good at it. So we appreciate that. But these are really large concepts to try to boil down. So we don't want to dismiss that, Luke. And obviously everyone can follow you for the really good in-depth work you do on this. But I want to get back to the speed of change, because we can, we're digesting what you're saying, and I think we can run out the scenarios, which are huge upward pressure on gold. I want to get your thoughts on treasuries. But if this starts to move exponentially, because we are in this now like technologically connected world where everybody can do everything on their phone, as we saw after Silicon Valley Bank, does that speed of change worry you and raise the specter of systemic risk if this starts to move exponentially?
Possibly. For me, I thought the points that you guys were talking about before, where vol in a lot of the classic vol areas is really low. And I think that's really important when you look at things like, these things, whether it's the move, bond volatility, or whether it's VIX, where the dollar is, we're not seeing any sort of volatility, quote, in terms of some of the, quote, classic volatility indices. But at the same time, I think what we might be seeing is volatility warnings from gold, from silver, from Bitcoin, warning or starting to be early leading indicators of issues regarding that pace of change. When I see the 2-year and the 10-year JGB yields doing what they're doing, I don't know where that starts to create problems, but I know it starts to create problems at some point higher than here. When I see, the NASDAQ breaking down against China tech, right? So if you look at NASDAQ against, I think it's CQQQ, it's been lower highs and lower lows since 2024 into, a technology, obviously we're moving fast, but overwhelming consensus is we're winning and we will always win and it's going to continue to win. And here too, markets are saying since 2024, China's at least catching up or closing the gap. So the pace of change, I think, is it will happen faster than people think, and that is something I think that's a positioning issue. It's a leverage issue for practitioners in terms of just what you're sizing, what's your leverage, because I think when things move, they're going to, as we've seen, silver's a perfect example. It's going to move really, really fast, and I don't think that'll be the last time we see something move that quickly for the factors you described.
Yeah, it seems like precious metals, the resource nationalism component dynamics are certainly in place. We're seeing more export restrictions, from China, from other areas, as countries want to hold on to their resources to support domestic, industry and manufacturing. Um, Bitcoin is not a physical asset in that regard. Do you suspect that that is part of the reason why Bitcoin is not participating to the same degree as precious metals are in this move higher, with this transition, this movement out of treasuries and the loss of dollar hegemony? Originally the narrative about Bitcoin, this is exactly the right time for it, and yet it's really been lagging precious. And so I'm curious your thoughts on why that's been.
Yeah, that's been something that I got totally wrong last year. I would exactly thought it's a neutral reserve, a perfect neutral reserve asset. And I think it still might ultimately be, but empirically, it's trading like a high beta tech stock. And, we're seeing NASDAQ breakdown against China, for example. We're seeing NASDAQ breakdown against gold. So a high beta tech stock, I think it's trading in that way. I also think it is still one of, I've called it for 5 or 6 years, the last functioning smoke alarm of liquidity. And for me, it's warning, I think, of something potentially pretty nasty. And I think what it might be warning about is that the pace of what we're seeing in AI and in some of these geopolitical constraints, in terms of a deflationary whoosh at some point in the first half of this year, I think the message of Bitcoin is ultimately something is we're in a highly leveraged system, and if AI is moving faster than we think in terms of deflationary impact, then I'd expect to see what we're seeing, which is gold up, Bitcoin down. Now, ultimately, until what we've called a nuclear level of printing occurs, which I think will ultimately happen at some point. But yeah, it's been very surprising to me, not just that it's not performed, but how badly it's broken down. Like, one of the things I follow is a monthly. I've been following monthly Bitcoin on against dollar and against gold, on a true strength index, and then also just the moving, the MACD, moving average convergence. And I like the monthly because I don't do sort of real short-term trading moves on the technicals. But when you get sharp breakdowns on a monthly chart in things like true strength index and things like MACD, that's a very powerful momentum indicator. And that's Bitcoin's broken down both against a dollar on that basis and against gold on that basis. And that's, again, it's telling you something there, that the narrative we're hearing in the markets broadly are not picking up. And I don't know why. I'm basically hypothesizing that maybe it's AI's moving faster, maybe it's the geopolitical side, maybe it's NASDAQ. I don't know, but it's troubling for sure.
It's warning what though, Luke? That something's going to break. It's warning that what, and what you think it's, yeah. What
Yeah,
about the treasury market? What about sovereign bonds?
I, look, if I was China, I would, a lot of this chest thumping, hey, the Chinese didn't do anything. The Chinese were never going to do anything. That's not what the Chinese do. The Chinese are going to be very quiet and then very subtly or passive aggressively hit back. If I'm China, look, I'm the biggest trading partner of Japan. So, if I don't like what the US did with Venezuela, I'm not going to jump up and down and, whatever. I'll strengthen the yuan a bit, just a little. I'll just keep strengthening a little bit. And eventually that's going to put upward pressure on inflation in Japan. That's going to put upward pressure on the JGB market. And a certain level of upward pressure on the JGB market, Like we know things are going to come unhinged globally. That breaks the global yen carry trade. You can see a correlation between JGBs and 10-year treasury yields. That starts to create a problem. At some point in yields in Japan high enough, they're going to repatriate trillions of dollars out of America back to Japan, which creates problems for US markets. That's what I would do. That's what I suspect the Chinese would do because that's what they do. They don't really do things really in your face. They're very subtle. So, that's what I think, for me, the warning of Bitcoin is there there's a lot of potential deflationary risks that are out there that I think are being assigned, de facto, zero, right? If we look at, the move is saying, hey, all's well. The VIX is saying all's clear. S&P record, all's clear. But Bitcoin's going, hey, there's a big, big problem coming potentially. And could it be geopolitical? Look, we just may have tried to assassinate the president of Russia. Like that's a huge, huge deal. His palace was, or one of his residences was targeted, according to the Russians. And we can say, well, the Russians lie. Sure. So is the CIA. So who do we believe? I don't know. Flip a coin. But the key is the Russians believe that. What would America do if we had claimed we had proof that Russia had targeted the White House? Oh, like that. And again, I'm not opining one way or another. All I'm saying is the move at where it is, VIX where it is, S&P where it is assigning zero importance to that. And I don't know what the importance is to that, but I know it ain't zero. And Bitcoin is saying, hey, the importance is not zero, it's higher than that. Gold is saying the importance is higher than that. Silver is saying the importance is higher than that.
And everybody in the chat is loving this, and I wish we had an hour to keep talking to you, Luke. But I think just so we fully understand, but if Bitcoin is warning about that, wouldn't it be moving higher? Wouldn't there be flight into it? Why is it going down instead of showing up as that alternative? Because I think we're going to get that question.
Because it is a liquidity metric first. It's telling you, right. Yeah. And it's, remember in COVID, which was the mother of all printings, at least so far, Bitcoin fell to 5,000 for a second from whatever, 18,000, 16,000 to 5,000. And it was a huge buying opportunity, but it went 16,500. And then by the end of that year, it finished at 2022. And by the end of 2021, it was at whatever, 66,000. I think it's just doing that same thing again.
Fantastic stuff. Luke, always so mind-blowing to catch up with you. Thank you for putting all of this on our radar so we can hopefully be a little bit smarter about it and maybe prepare. But it seems like it's going to be a really critical year for us.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting year for sure.
He says with a smile, interesting. Everybody just switched from coffee to like something stronger in their cup based on that. But we count on that from you. But very seriously, you've been doing so much good work over the years, helping people break out of the sort of at least consider things outside the sort of obvious and traditional. So thank you so much for that.
Thanks for having me on, everybody.
Appreciate it. Craig, I don't know. Do you still have coffee in your cup? That's always how I feel. I feel like it's like red pill, blue pill every time I talk to Luke, and it's so important.
No, he's great. His framework has really been helpful for me personally, and I think he has a great way of thinking and understanding, how geopolitical events and dynamics are really help. It's not something you could trade daily per se, but thematically understanding, the direction of travel and where we're going with yields and dollar and commodities, I think is of paramount importance. And certainly as we move into a more geopolitically, sensitive time, which we're getting into. I think that insight is incredible. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, and you can find him on X at Luke Gromen. And again, I think this is risk management is where this is really important. If you're not, it may not affect your day trade, but where you have to protect yourself and what to watch for warning signals, I think is really important. Great stuff. What a way to end it. Craig, I'll see you later this afternoon.
Sounds good. All right, Maggie.
Just to recap, of course, we had the ADP, which I forgot now that we've talked to Luke, but we did have ADP out, and we have stock futures look mixed. Bond yields were down a little bit. As Craig said, that came in sort of not too hot, not too cold. So it is time to get to farm for some tape talk. And farm, we ate into the time a little bit, but there was a monster amount of information we just went over with Luke there. So just wondering what you're looking at on the charts.
Yeah, not a problem at all. You can put them on another 10 minutes. It's fine with me. I enjoyed that quite a bit. I can talk fast. I think, big picture, I'm starting with ES today because I feel like really the fate of quarter one is going to be decided like very soon here. I'm characterizing ES as a very large 3-month balance. You've got the December high that we made, 69.94, all the way down to the November low, which was 65.39 on a cash hours basis, I think. And I see that as one large range and balance. And I've said for a few weeks on the Sunday night show that if that range breaks to the upside with continuation, then it kind of doesn't matter what we think, what bearish thoughts we have, or what geopolitical things are out there. Any of that doesn't matter. We go higher until or unless that fails, and much higher. Like 200 handles would be conservative, I would say. Now we're up here retesting the top of that balance now. So 69.94 was the December high. SPX did take out its December high yesterday by a tad, and thus far has failed a little bit, right? I mean, volatility is so low, ranges are so low, it's just kind of sitting right there, right? NES has that chance at 94. It's sitting again right there. We had a spike up yesterday, which just means new high day is made in the last 30. It was a spike for ants, a couple of handles, whatever. But I mean, we're sitting at the top of the balance. Now, objectively, this is one of those situations where it's like, do you want to be long trying to front run a break of that balance because you could potentially hold runners for a while, right? Or are you a seller up here at the top of the balance because that's the top, right? The top of any range is objectively a sell. So it always puts you in these tough spots. I think what you do not want to see is basically what SPX did yesterday, and just kind of gets a weak new high above its prior all-time high, which is 69.45 or whatever, right? So you don't want to see 69.94 taken out on ES and then start cracking back through this weekly profile. We're also in what is potentially a 3-week balance, at least 2 weeks. You can see the range of the week of Christmas. That was when we made the 69.94 high. Last week took out the lows of that prior week down to the 68, 66 half to 69 range. And so this is also a balance within the context of a 3-month balance. So to me, it's a situation where, again, if this breaks to the upside with continuation, it's going to be hands off the sell button. It doesn't matter what we think about the last 3 months of what appeared to be distribution. It doesn't matter what kind of geopolitical events are out there or, whatever else is making us bearish, price goes higher, right? I will say, on that distribution front, which it definitely looked like that. You've also seen the Dow doesn't look like distribution, right? The Russell doesn't look like distribution. So there has been movement into these other areas of the market, some of which, had some really depressed valuations, especially in the Dow. I mean, like a name like UPS was down for, I don't know, I want to say 10 quarters in a row. That's incredible. And now it's absolutely ripping face. So I think that's healthy until proven otherwise for me. But it really is all about this technical break. Again, big picture.
Farm, you looking at bonds at all? We've been stuck for yields on the 10-year right around that 4% level. We still have big jobs number coming. We've got as we've been talking about on the macro front, the potential IEFA ruling coming possibly Friday. Any levels you're looking at in terms of a break on bonds?
Pretty much range bound. I usually watch ZB just as my favorite mover. And from a gauge, I'll look at ZN as well. To me, it's still in a range. Obviously, I had a nice looking day today thus far. But I see that as range. And maybe we talked on Monday, maybe it was with Craig on Sunday, on the Sunday night show, talking about how when bonds range, I see that as equities are sort of free to do what equities want to do. And then if and when there was a large technical break, then that can have a significant impact, either good or bad, for equities. And so, if bonds price is bid and there's some kind of an upside break of this recent range, which is basically 116 to 114-ish on ZB. If there's an upside break, the first question is why? Why is there an upside break, right? I mean, if NFP comes up at some horribly, horribly cold number, bonds would be up, but that may not be good for equities, right? But broadly, we assume that when bond prices up, yields are down, dollars down, it's generally supportive of equities outside of the context of a growth scare and some other select situations. So I'm just looking at bonds for major technical breaks. And this week is sure as hell a week that we could get something like that, right? With all the jobs data coming in. ADP, I think it was basically on par, it looked like, maybe a little bit light. But nothing crazy. NFP, of course, being the most important marker there. I'll cover the NASDAQ just a little bit. NASDAQ is traded super clean. ES has been kind of trash to trade to me, like because the Dow has been going crazy, the Russell's been going crazy. NQ has lagged a bit at times. And so, all that dispersion sometimes can make ES just a little bit choppy or grindy. NQ has been, spectacularly clean. And just big picture, anytime it has come up into this 800, 900 range, it's just been stepped on. So is it finally going to, crack through that range? There's an RTH gap sitting all the way up at 26,015, I want to say. That is not yet filled. Are we finally going to get that gap fill and get the Qs to break out and get some upside momentum? I'm just going to be really hard to be bearish anything if ES is above that 69.94 spot and NQ has broken out to the upside, right? So that's kind of the big picture that I'm looking at. In terms of like today, what I'm looking to trade, NQ offers some pretty clean rotations, and that's basically what we were doing for our trading plan for overnight. If we were trading, was clean rotations between these spots, which effectively means it can go back and forth, right? If you fail to crack one spot, you're probably going to rotate to the next spot. If you lose that spot, you'll go to the next spot, hold the spot, you're going to rotate right back, right? So 834 to 841, which is inclusive of yesterday's cash hours high. And the spike, that's the spot that we want to get through. We want to see both ES and NQ sustain above yesterday's high. And with ES importantly through 69.94, I think that's going to be important. And to me, it's going to be, pretty much longs only until proven wrong. I do think that, we can broadly trade NQ both ways. Again, rotational range is 834 to 841. I was using 780 to 791 for my weekly level, and they worked out very nicely on yesterday's profile. And then roughly 733 to 745. I would say 700s. Now, if NQ loses the 700s, say like 701 to 708, I think I'm using, then it could come under some pressure. This 669 to 674 was like massive resistance for a while. All those sellers you could see here yesterday, once it finally was reclaimed and it got sticky above that 669 to 674, all those prior pop sellers became dip buyers. You can see that was the overnight high after really a wild overnight session, right? Like I still don't even know what this sell-off was. I guess that was yesterday morning. And all it did was just come down and sweep out the prior day's low, and then ES and NQ just went to the moon. So flipping over to ES, this is kind of a funny profile. Actually, I'm going to go to the weekly real quick. I'm going to flip back to that. Like if we just kind of zoom in on this week's profile, YM, RTY, and ES.
Farm, we got to get ES to close above 69.94.
That's exactly what we need. Or not, right? I mean, it's a situation where it opens the potential for, if there's a failed break to the upside, for it to, potentially come all the way back down to the November low. But what needs to happen then in order for that to really be a concern, right? You would have to, first of all, take out a prior day low, probably, like bare minimum requirement. It would really need to be a multi-day balance break to the downside. And so, we're pretty far away from yesterday's low, but we do have this thin structure here that, can be an issue. And to me, that's what this overnight weakness was just sort of filling in some of that structure from yesterday's profile, which really was kind of hilarious. I mean, you just look at how much volume ended up. We just barcoded in like a 2-point range, and they moved volume point of control up there. So RTY, ES, and YM all look that way, which doesn't need to be bearish. And as of now, both YM and RTY look, pretty firm, right? You just don't want to see them sort of lose that high volume node from yesterday. And I think to keep it simple, you can call it 80 on ES. Dips below are fine. I was using 77 to 80 basically for overnight. But I mean, as long as that's not offered, because if it is, then we can sort of rug back through yesterday's profile, especially YM and RTY, because there is no structure on YM and RTY. So that's your risk, right? Because when everything looks great, to me, it's more important to talk about like, okay, what could make this go wrong, right? I mean, it looks like we're about to get this upside breakout with continuation. Okay, fine. How could that go wrong? Okay, well, we could punch through that 94. We could fail, and then we could start cracking back through some of yesterday's thin structure. And then it looks like a little bit iffy. This 60 to 62, and really like 63, I would say, is going to be monster if there is any weakness or we do start cracking back through yesterday's range for any reason. That would also happen to correspond to the 6920 SPX high, which was the October high. So that's going to be technically important as well. So that's where the risk to me starts to creep in. I would say below 700 on NQ is where risk starts to creep in. Risk starts to creep in on ES below 6960, let's say. But like major risk would involve to me breaking this 3-week balance or potential 3-week balance, 2+ week balance to the downside. That's when things would look like a failed breakout and it would be a problem. So to me, it's constructive until proven otherwise. Let's see what today brings. Upside break with continuation. It's going to be hard to be bearish, really anything, I think.
Fantastic stuff. We are prepared. Farm, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yep, you have a great
Good
day.
luck to you today. Good luck, everyone, with the trade. I'll see you later this afternoon. Let's get ready to trade the open with Kane and Leo.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
How's things?
Man, it's been like almost since yesterday since we talked.
Yeah, and we've kind of gone nowhere, right?
Same price.
Same price. Actually, well, a little bit lower, like 20
A
points lower.
little lower. Yeah, a little lower.
Anyway, before we get into that, let's cover off the prop update for this week. Pretty quiet. I think we had a couple of firms launch some new plans and some new sizing of their plans. Fundindex launched their new Bolt plan, which is a time-specific plan. Kind of wondering whether this is going to be a similar to My Fund of Futures. Launch it as like a time-specific thing, see how much people like it, maybe bring it around in the future. But ultimately, it's a 1 day to pass, 1 day to pay out, a single 1.5K payout cap per account with a 12.5 K payout cap for $99 with discount. It seems kind of good. I don't know how viable it is. Seems a bit too good. I think it's value for money right now. It's probably up there. But we'll see. We've been once bitten, twice a little bit shy, I suppose is the saying. But maybe they've cleared through the traffic, so to say, that they've had the last couple of months. My Fund of Futures, they officially launched the 100K and 150K of their rapid plan that they recently pulled out.
That's the daily payout plan.
That's the daily payout plan. So there's a theme here, right? Everyone's trying to beckon to the TPT daily payout plan at the moment, which is kind of logical. They sold like hotcakes after the whole Atlanto thing, so that makes sense. But other than that, pretty quiet. News in terms of Funded Next dramatically increased their prices on their rapid plans. These plans originally started out at $80-something with discount, and they're now $180. So that is a dramatic price increase. So yeah, we'll see. I think they're still. I mean, they were still before. Don't know if they're still good value for money when you compare it to what's out there. However, yeah, that's a big increase, and I would hate to ignore that. Apex moved a bunch of people to their sim ban stage. They sent emails saying you can no longer buy evals. It's this account or nothing. We've seen that happen over the last 12 months ish. Like there's been a constant stream of them. However, a lot of people got them recently on email, and that kind of hit headlines on Twitter. Someone in the chat mentioned that Prop Shop did a rug pull. I'm not aware of that. I don't talk about props that I don't endorse or I'm not aware of. But if that is true, then fuck those guys. I'll look into that more. Do you know anything about
Um, I've heard rumors about it, but I don't know any of the details. I
that?
think
Right.
essentially they're not really big enough to
Right.
matter.
Yeah, look, I would say this, guys, right? If you don't know of a prop or they're not endorsed by NinjaTrader, Trader or your larger trader influencers or whatever, just don't bother with it.
Mhm.
So yeah, and then I guess last but not least, the good friends over at Lucid, they introduced the recent. I think they are the first firm to introduce the fungibility that Tradeovate Ninja introduced. So that, to my knowledge, and Leo, you can talk more on it, but to my knowledge, that means no one is going to get the dreaded "you traded too many contracts" email.
Yeah, I kind of alluded to this, I think last week or maybe the week before,
Yeah.
is that contract fungibility, essentially what NinjaTrader did is close that loophole where, if the firm rule was you could trade 40, 4 minis or 40 micros, in Ninja terms, that meant, you could trade 4 minis in NQ, 4 minis in ES, four
Yeah.
minis in CL. And obviously, no, most people, follow the rules, but there was a workaround to that rule, um, and people honestly had made mistakes and have gotten their hands slapped. I think we've seen some firms even deny payouts for that violation.
Yep.
But now, with this new fungibility piece that NinjaTrader's implemented, you can't go over the contract limit no matter what, right? So if you have four
Yeah.
minis or 40 micros, um, you're limited to that size no matter what instrument you're trading.
You think we'll see a lot of other firms introduce it?
I think they will. Yeah. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
huge benefit, both for the trader and the firm to stay aligned on the rules and the policies of that program and the firm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody wants, I don't think any firm wants to take any, negative action against anyone, right? And so as far as they can prevent it, that's a win-win for everybody involved.
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree. I actually agree with Armenia Muscle in the chat, right? If you have a big problem with all of these things and changes, the solution is to trade your own money.
Trade cash.
However, we don't want to be naive to the fact that a lot of people don't trade that a lot of people trade prop, and you know, um, someone me specifically, I trade prop quite actively. I've made a lot of money doing so, as people are aware. Um, so yeah, so ultimately, if you have a problem with all of these, then definitely trade your own cash account. But if you don't have the money, then prop is definitely a good route to learning and also a good route to scaling and earning some good money if you can prove it, right? They're
Remind me,
obviously
Kane, how much did you make with prop last year?
last year. How much did I make with prop last year? If we count it, if we count the big one, it's a little over two and a half.
Hmm. Two and a half
Yeah,
dollars.
$2.50. Yeah,
Gotcha.
just with like six zeros on the end. Yeah. No, the five zeros with the two and a half, the 25. It wasn't 25 mil, it's 2.5 mil. So yes, obviously there's a lot of money to be made, but again, I'm one of very few people, so don't take that um as the whole. But props good, props bad, Look, the reality is 95% of people lose money, regardless of prop, regardless of not. That's just how it is. So, you know, it is what it is.
What are you looking at the markets today?
Um, I think this looks really selly. Um, I mean, at the close yesterday, we kind of just like ripped the open, sorry, we kind of just ripped above the high and then failed to get back above it, and it's been selling since, pulling back into 50% of that range, getting a reaction off of the previous 4 hour high, around 50% of that pullback, of that pull down.
Yeah.
It's kind of a look, you can make an argument for it that it pulled back into 50% over here and it's now trading back out of. I think the main decision point here is like if we hold 750s on this pullback right now, I could see it going back to the high. if we lose 750s and we get through the low, then for me it's like yesterday's open is next.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my plan, really.
Yep. I'm kind of seeing
Um,
the same thing. We're at the top of a range. I think Farm mentioned it already, so I'm not going to overbeat a dead horse or whatever. But we're seeing some resistance where we would expect it. I want to see that follow through today at the open. If that's not there, and we just have buyers right at the gates, then I'll just jump on the long.
yeah, no, I agree. Uh,
I mean, if we get any strength to the upside, like it's just not far. Like those new highs are not far away. Dow making new highs, consistently. I haven't really looked at. I actually pulled up an ES chart um earlier this morning to take a look at what ES was doing on the higher time frame. But I'm not ready. I don't have it. I don't have it up right now.
yeah. ES, I mean, it's kind of pushing right now.
Oh,
It's
it's
like
damn near
near the high.
taking out that all-time high.
Yeah. So, look, I said this before. Last January kind of did the same thing, right? ES was pushing up to the highs, and
Hmm.
NQ was nowhere near it. And then we got a pretty decent pullback into tariff news. Some will say that it was because of tariffs, some won't. I think I was just heavily short biased either way. And then tariffs kind of just put the nail in the coffin and sent us, 9,000 points lower, however
Yeah,
much. That was crazy. Even to think about that last year, like,
nine
yeah,
thousand points.
it's
That's a
fucking
lot of
nuts.
points.
There's a lot of points, yeah.
Do you guys look at VWAP at all? Asking for a friend. I in fact do use VWAP quite consistently. So the ones that are more important to me than anything else are the 24-hour VWAP, the weekly, the monthly, and then also like a leg to leg, which I don't have set up on NinjaTrader yet, but essentially it would be, from this anchor point right here, the VWAP that's trailing from this low. Um, but yeah, VWAP is definitely a core to targets for me and also places to trade from as well. I mean, we're getting kind of a rejection of this 24-hour VWAP here from 883. Kind of see that rejection. That's what this exhausted this little bubble here indicates a bit of exhaustion. We can see all that offer delta kind of clear sign of passive sellers sitting up here around this range.
Yeah. We'll see. I think the open's a key one today. I mean, it'd be fucking better than what we got last night, that's for sure. For those that didn't tune in,
I
be thankful.
guarantee you guys we're going to get more than 20 points of range at the open.
Yeah, and they sold it more in 30 seconds at the close than they did at all throughout the session. So that was crazy.
um, there are two items on the economic calendar. Jolts job openings. That has been a mover, so don't fall asleep on that. It's looks like it's orange folder and the ISM services PMI. So I would expect the mornings open, the first 30 minutes to be a bit choppy, waiting for that release, and then maybe there's a nice move off of that number that we can trade. What are you guys thinking, chat? We're
Yeah, that's it.
gonna probably sell at the open and pull it back up.
We'll see. I would like an easy sell on this. That'd be nice.
Is it ever easy?
I find it really hard to buy, so yeah, it's kind of easy to sell for me.
Just natural born seller.
Natural. Yeah.
I'm still waiting for those glasses to be showing up in my mailbox, by the way.
I'm also waiting for my parcel. When my parcel arrives tomorrow,
Let's
then
check.
I'll ship it. Well, I paid the taxes on it yesterday, so it better arrive. If jobs numbers are good, might be sell because PPI went to the Fed to drop rates. Good morning, Matt. Um, is anything ever a sell? Like an easy sell with news? I never know.
The heck?
What?
Said delivery attempted on the way to a local UPS access point.
Oh, they do that, yeah. Um, UPS are just fucking wankers in the UK. Like, um, they refuse to drive down my road because they think like
No
you can't turn.
way.
Yeah, because it's one way. Like you have to drive up. It's like a private road. They think you can't. They can't revert. Turn around, but they can. So they just never deliver it. So I have to go to the shop to get it.
It's there.
Yeah, they don't like. But the thing is, I get a text message from UPS like, "Hey, you weren't in today." Like, no, 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 I was. No, I really was. Like, I was in all day. Like, so it's good to know because it normally sits there for like 3 days before they send me a message.
Oh, it says it's not there yet, but it'll be there by end of day today.
Okay, good, good, good. That's sweet. That's great news, actually.
Did you have the tracking number still?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's exactly what they do, fam. They post fictitious delivery attempts, then force you to go and pick it up. It's like they just drop it all off, at one. I don't know.
Fractal must be in the UK. I'm curious about Fractal. He's the most mysterious NinjaTrader live viewer.
Keep it
Fan?
that way.
Fan? I'm not sure. Is your leg to leg compressed? Yes. It's compressed by, I can't remember. I think 10 ticks in NQ. Let me check. I'll tell you.
Good morning, friend. 10, 10, 10, 10.
It's 10. 10 ticks. A man of mystery and mystique.
Man, there's a lot of buying on your screen here. What's going on? I see a
Here?
lot of blue, just everywhere.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this whole leg was just nothing but buyers, except for this little spot here and there.
Why is your 24-hour view app like missing? Like the start of it.
Well, we have been testing some new stuff, so this is me testing it.
Okay.
And I sent a note to my developer this morning, and I said, "Yo, what the hell?"
What the heck? What the hell? Yeah.
He's gonna look at it. I think it just got stuck from the closing print yesterday, and this is the real level, but the overnight drawing didn't keep up. That's the truth.
Well,
I
at least we know.
don't like being so coy, but I can't let Interpool catch up to me.
What's my bias? I would love to sell it, but we'll see.
If you don't have volume, what price action pattern slash confirmation would you use to get into a trade? I don't know. I honestly don't. Actually, I do know. I can tell you. What I would use, let's see if I have an example. I don't have an example here, and I don't have a way to draw on the chart, but essentially what I would use is um I would just go to, let's see if I can pull up. Just use this drawing tool, Fibonacci retracements. I don't use fibs, so don't panic. But I would customize this tool, right? And I would change this just to be, I would remove all these levels and I would just make one 50% and one 60%. And I would draw from this leg high to this low. So like every time we made a new anchor swing leg, I would draw that zone. And that's where I would look to engage. Obviously, if you have a down leg, you want to look for a sell in that 50 to 60% range. Again, not the fibs. And then the same thing on the buy side. So if I was looking at, buying from this little leg here, look, we hit that 50% mark from this like high to this low, and that's where the current low is. So I would just use that programmatically. We have that. I just don't have it on my charts right now. I would not use the 9 EMA and fibs. That is absolutely false.
The 9 EMA fibs. It just tells you exactly what current price is doing, no? I don't know, I'm not really an EMA guy. Used to be. I just found myself trading back to them more often than not. New to the channel, welcome, brother. Guys, make sure you like and subscribe. Yeah.
Hey, welcome,
Don't
Michael.
make us beg. Don't make
New
us
to the
beg.
channel. Everyone, shout out to Michael for showing up to the NinjaTrader Live. We hope that you come back after today.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question, Kane. If you didn't have inversions, what would you do? What would you use?
Probably just the previous low that made the high. Actually, that's a lie. If I didn't have inversions, I would just sell 50% of a move after the break. So like, if I put it on my screen, like say like this, and this is like a 4-hour high. Once this traded like down like this, I would just use 50% of this move. Because this is actually how I did it for the longest time. Where on earth is my thing? I would just use 50% of this move like this, and I would just sell this. Because more often than not, it's what it is. Something like that, Like, and then, like 50% of this move, target like that. Because that's basically what I'm trying to do. It's 50% of 50%. It's like stacking them all to my favor.
Right.
Do you watch your P&L? I'm going to be really honest. I'm a big P&L guy. Like, I will stop trading when I hit my daily P&L. Because as much as I am fully aware of people like, just do the process, the numbers follow, blah, blah. Like, sometimes in the journey, the numbers matter more than the process. I'm sorry, but that's just how if you're suddenly up way more than you should, like, normally are, your emotions come into play because you're a human being, and I know very little people that have the ability to completely turn off their emotions when it comes to trading.
I'm actually just a bot, Kane. I don't have emotion.
Yeah, I've seen you get quite emotional about a few things, like taking your hat off
I have no idea what you're referring to, sir.
last week. Who was here, chat? I remember. Okay, and what are your probabilities of 50% retracement after a break? I don't really track that, to be honest. Um, oh, sorry. I misinterpreted. 50% of to the move down, like my logical liquidity target, my targets. Um, it's like a break on what time frame, you know, realistically. Yeah, I thought you were saying this. The 50% of like once it moves up, the 50% of this move, because I don't track this. I don't know how often it pulls back to 50% of that. You're on about 50% of this move. It just depends on like the time frame, and also I don't track breaks, so the parameters there are kind of crazy. However, what I will say is if you go onto a time frame on a chart, most of the time we rebalance 50% of moves because if we didn't, there would be a massive 50% on my chart right now. And also, like, if I say to you, what's the probability of this move getting rebalanced to 50%? I would say most likely 80, 90, 100% of the time. The truth of the matter is that's not the statistic that matters. The statistic that matters is when it breaks, what's the likelihood that it revisits here before taking out the high? You know, because that's how you get paid. I could tell you it's 100% of the time because, well, that's the fact. But it's just it's about figuring out when. Anyway, 4 minutes till the open. What are we thinking today, chat? Leo is not bald. No, he's not bald. He's got hair. Um,
They're just trying to rage bait me.
I know they are. What was my question? Chat, are we bullish or are we bearish? What are we thinking? Do we get jolts out today? I think the drop number's out of 10, right?
Yeah, Jolts is out at 10 and ISM Services PMI out at 10.
Hmm.
So the market's probably going to be, I mean, I would bet on chop for the first half hour.
Typical. Typical.
I may just FYI, I may have to step away for a minute, just depending on if a package shows up here, because I have to sign for it.
Do you think, brother? Do you think? We'll bring business duck in.
Business Duck has not shown up in a while. I wonder if he is still an employee of NinjaTrader Live.
No, there he is.
There he is. All the rumors are busted.
There we go. Good morning, man, dude.
Good morning, man, dude.
Yeah, ultimately for me, what I'm looking for now is I'm looking for a sell out of this area. Why? Because we have no 4 hour low. We have a 4 hour high. Um, we have a daily high that's like already being respected straight off of the overnight high. Jeez. Um, so for me, I'm like, if this is like the daily high and this is the 4 hour high inside of 50%, this is an area that I want to see sell from. But
Mm,
it's just I need to see it. It's so close to the open, like it doesn't really suit my style too much. We pull back too deep into this previous day high, like towards this previous day high area or this overnight high. Then at that point, I want to see it swept, and then I'll look for shorts. Do I want to look for longs out of here? It's just a really key. It's a very key decision point for me that I would just rather wait. Yeah, lots of reasons for it to go up or down. That's the reality. We'll see. Luckily,
So
we only have to wait a minute.
I see that
45 seconds.
LG and Dell have both put out a 52-inch 5K curved display.
Don't tease me.
They're not OLED though.
Oh.
They're IPS. Oh wait,
L-
the LG one might be OLED.
LG 5K curved
52.
50 inch.
52.
LG. What? Unveils Ultra Gear Evo.
It's the GX9.
Crazy. Right, we'll see. We've got 7 seconds now. Good luck, guys. Good luck. Yeah, I'm using it now. That's a TV. Yeah, it's literally a TV, eh? Pretty cool, though. I might be cheeky here. No, definitely not interested. Hmm. TPing your long? Not a bad idea. Or is it going to be an opening range day? Is it? Looks that way.
We just tap that upper part of that range here on this push to per day close.
I'm more inclined to sell this than I am buy it. If we get pushed back up to these 796s, I'll sell it. It's like a midpoint at the 30-second opening range. ES is looking really weak. I wouldn't want to see it go above the opening range.
Yeah, I mean that's a nice little spot if you can get, if they pull
Yeah,
up
you gotta
to
get
it.
there.
There you go.
I'm hoping that ES just taps this opening range and gets fucking ton of selling pressure. Something like this. Give me a chance to add to it. Yeah, ES literally did that. Tapped this opening range and died. Oh, I'm in. I'm gonna get immediately whacked. We'll see. Well, immediately. Thank you. Good night.
Hey,
ES wants to trade.
at least they didn't make you wait it out for 2 hours.
I'd prefer that, to be honest.
You prefer to wait it out for 2 hours?
No. I prefer it when they just
Oh.
either they get me in and hit me straight away,
Right.
because it keeps me more attentive. When they hold it around for forever, then I get a little bit frustrated. You think it's best to wait for news to roll out? You do,
Yeah,
brother.
I think so.
I think it makes sense. I would hate to have not taken this and then it played out. That would have
Yeah.
frustrated me. So
No, I like that trade. I think the one thing that a lot of traders do is they're too results oriented, right?
I mean, it played out on ES perfect, the idea, but
Yeah. But you can't take a trade that doesn't work in the moment and be like, oh, I should have done this or I should have done that. It's like,
yeah,
yeah, you can grade yourself. You can give yourself uh, constructive feedback, but you can't say, oh, well, I should, well, like it was your clear strategy. You called it out before you took it and it didn't work. So what?
yeah, it's just a bit too high now to the previous day high that I would kind
Yeah.
of sit
Yeah.
this out
Yeah.
now and
No, no,
take
no. I was
it.
just saying
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, yeah, no, no, I agree.
yeah.
I had the plan, and ultimately, if it shows up, it's not my responsibility to do anything other than take it. Then whatever happens with it, happens with it. You know, it is
Yeah.
what it is. ES kind of ripped back through its opening range as well. Good morning, Nick. Good morning.
Top
He
of
says
the
morning.
and ES is just so so close to just taking out those all-time highs. I just hate to be trying to fade that. It's literally what is this price here? 94 even. All the all-time high enjoyers, they want to see that taken out.
Neo was short and long, and then immediately short, and he TP'd both. Guy's him apparently. Good job, Neo.
That's amazing. You should bring him on NT Live.
I agree. Norseman, I'll accept it. Not sure about everyone else, but I'll take it. What's gold doing? Gold doing anything fun? Let's have a look. Silver is down 5.3% today.
Ooh, that's a little haircut.
A little
I mean,
spicy one.
5.3% after being up to 100%,
Yeah, it's
I
yeah,
think the
it's great.
reality is that they're going to make me start trading silver.
You think?
Mm.
Don't say it.
Anthony Crudele might call me and say, Leo, you have to trade silver now. It's moving.
Yeah. You're a silver trader.
Yeah.
Okay, so ES actually tagged with that opening range. It tagged that previous day high level to the tick though. They've been, someone's been trying to sell that level
That per day high.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
three times just to the tick.
Hmm. Yeah, it
That guy
looks
might need
really,
to feel
really
some
weak
heat.
at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait for just for those numbers to come out before I jump into a position.
Comex has more pressure merits in the warrant and vaults, but more than it ever has. That makes sense, right? Good morning, Apple.
Hey, Scrooge, let's not. Okay, just don't say those things, and it won't happen.
We're just doing what we did yesterday. Maybe. Let's hope not. Okay. The ES guy finally felt 2 ticks of heat. Nope, 1 tick.
Wow.
So maybe now. Maybe now they'll do it.
I'm kind of confused why the so there's 1,200 people roughly on watching and 250 likes. I don't understand this math. Can you explain it?
Someone's not doing their job correctly. And it's not me and it's not you. There you go. Yes, just took out the NQ just took out the high as well. Oh, it's getting spicy.
Yes, it is.
I like these spiky spikes.
New all-time highs for ES chat for those
Yep.
enjoyers. Unless you use back adjusted charts, which
Congrats to all those that celebrate.
yeah. Hey, you have arrived.
I've
You like
arrived.
these type of spikes because you like to sell into them.
I like to sell them as they sell back down, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't sell into them, but like I would sell this right here. Because immediately, like, if this person suddenly feels heat, then they're more likely to get out of it and add to the selling than anything else.
Well, every buyer instantly becomes a seller,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
every seller instantly becomes a buyer. At some point, those participants have to do the opposite thing they did to get in.
Yeah. We'll see. Stupidly risky, but I like these
Did you get in?
ones. Yeah. 851. Don't sell today. They're turning the printer on. Maybe. I kind of want to give this a little bit more room.
I'll jump in there with you.
Kane, you're brave. Wow. Not to say that it's not risky, but it's size appropriate, right? It's 2 minis, it's not 20. If it was 20, then I'd be playing with fire. You know? But
I'm also a pyromaniac, so I mean, I like fire.
I get a hand graze if this doesn't work out. Run it under a
I'm
tap
only
and then
giving
forget
this
about it.
8 points.
Eight
This is like one of
points.
those trades where it has to work.
Yeah, it has to work. Yeah. Every time you did that, you lost your pants. Sounds like a party.
All right, I got out. Got my 8 points taken.
Yeah, ES just took out. Was about to just take out the high once more.
Yeah, yes, making new highs doesn't bode well for me.
You're definitely selling the 7,000 level in ES. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
7,000. Let's go.
it could definitely get there, right? ES does love those big round numbers.
Okay, so volume based. There's a question here about back adjusted charts. Um, Actually, I'm not gonna waste a bunch of time talking about it because I wrote up a thing about it. So you can go read it. That way we can save time. The Ninja team will put a link to it in the chat. This is basically explains why to back adjust or why not. And essentially back adjusting your charts artificially moves price from the prior contracts. So I just don't really agree with artificially moving, last month's high, low, etc. Or even the prior week for that matter.
Yeah. I trailed my stop here, like giving it 6, 7 points ish now.
Yeah.
I don't want to see ES keep pushing, and it's typically this kind of the move that happens.
I mean,
So
that 7,000 level screen, somebody called it out in the chat. And I didn't even really, I wasn't
yeah,
even looking. Like, yeah, obviously.
it kind of like for me, this A41 level was a make or break, and it was like it's making it, So
Mhm.
I took my risk down by a dramatic amount. So got my initial risk in half. Could have got out, but again, it's getting too close to 10 now as well. So it's now I now just have to do nothing, which is the boring part, right? NQ approaching its first rotation. It's there, no? 11. What do you need? 75? It's 65-point rotation, right? Oh, 76. Dow doesn't follow. Yeah. All the homies hate the Dow. Did you see Landman? The British guy made beans on toast for breakfast. No, I haven't watched it. I haven't started watching it yet.
I thought about you when I saw that.
That's crazy. You thought about me.
Mhm.
Cute.
Don't act like you don't think about me, Kane.
I think about you when the UPS driver drives past my house and refuses to come up my road.
That's a good show, though. The Landman is extremely well done, I think.
Yeah, I've not watched it. You've said about it, but
Yeah. Honestly, if ES wasn't at 7,000 or 2 ticks away from 7,000, I would sell this V range high at 871. But sometimes context has to take over.
honestly, the amount of times I haven't sold something because or I've done something because ES is close to a round number and it plays out is just criminal. So now the most pain that happens here, right, is we kind of go sideways for the next 10 minutes and the number comes out and it just dumps.
Yeah.
That's like the worst case scenario. That kind of
Yeah.
just invalidates the day for me because if the number comes out and doesn't run the high, then the number's bad and I have to sell the low and I don't want to sell the low. So awaiting ISM services and jobs to keep an eye on employment corporate component of ISM services for some indication our payrolls report may come in on Friday. Good point, Craig. Good point.
They're going to do it, aren't they?
They are. I don't know. They brought ES back to the open, so now we'll see. We're gonna buy it here. We're gonna sell it back through. If I was gonna be in a trade, this would be the trade. We'll see. I doubt it plays. And if it doesn't, I'm sure there's a lesson in there somewhere. If it does, sorry. Which one leads? Well, they do different things at different times. Typically, I favor ES for a leader because it's more notional value. But some people prefer NQ because it's more volatile.
There's 530 lots for sale at 7,000 in ES.
Is that a lot in ES?
Not really, but it's sizable. I mean, it's
Noticeable.
noticeable. Yeah, it's not a lot.
Hmm. They might tag it with news, right? Send it up for 10 points, send it lower.
Yeah.
Just immediately fill them.
Between NQ and ES, which one leads in the up or down movement? Sometimes it's ES, sometimes it's NQ.
Do you favor one?
Do I?
Yeah.
No. Do you?
Interesting. Yeah, I favor yes.
Okay. Interesting.
As a leader, yeah.
Yeah. Awaiting ISM services and Jolt at 10 a.m. Keep an eye on an employment component of ISM services for some indication of how payrolls report may come out on Friday.
SPX call, open interest 750. There is for what? End of week or 0 day TE. Everything's slumping. Everything's just waiting for the data now. End of week, yeah. They're expecting it. This is my favorite duo. Me too. Me too is my favorite duo as well. Am I trading
Jury's still
props?
out on me. Kane.
Fuck you then, I guess. Are you trading it? Am I trading any props at the moment? Yeah, I'm just trying to pass a few challenges, like to get all accounts on side. Lots of new changes, so um, yeah,
Where does
I
it
am.
say what positions are open? I have none, so it says no position.
Same. You'll also see my position on the chart when it's there.
Yeah, it's on for each guy on the screen.
Yeah.
I think both Kane and I are waiting for the 9 a.m., 10 a.m. news. 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, you know, 7 a.m. Pacific.
You don't get why I trade on the 30 seconds and I'm ignoring the higher time frame order flow. Was that directed at me?
We got a little SMT here.
You do have a little bit of a divergence right now, yeah. He's Leo
I am
Central
Central
Time.
Time. Yep.
He's
The
the fake time.
best. Listen, I am the most aligned with the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, which is where these markets trade. And they're based on Central Time.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, no worries. I didn't take disrespect to it. Don't worry. Um, I said this yesterday, a bit tongue in cheek, but picking tops and bottoms made me a millionaire, and that's why I trade low time frame, waiting for reversals against higher time frame order flow. That's like the genuine truth. I don't want to break what has worked for me consistently, um, because it doesn't suit a lot of people. It suits me, and that's the only person it needs to suit. Why am I working on passing a few challenges? Because I don't plan on trading my live account for the first 2 weeks of the year.
All
So it's
right.
like it's
3
do that or
minutes.
use the time to pass evals, which um, you know, I like money, so I'm always going to trade prop because in my head that makes sense. Does that make sense in your head?
It makes sense to me. I'm going to start a bit of a prop trading, I guess, journey.
Yeah.
I mentioned a few days ago when I was on with Sama, I'm getting set up with a few so that I can start trading with them.
Yeah, it makes sense. Uh, I wouldn't say first 2 weeks of the year is always low probability. Like I like trading the first part of the year, like the first month, this month. I like trading it a bit slower. If the first 2 weeks for me really warm up really quickly, and I get that immediate recognition by props, like the props start to print, then I just start smacking the live account. Like I have 365 days of the year. I don't need to go full heavy from day dot, you know?
Starting to see that order book get pretty thin in ES and looking for that news release here.
Yeah.
It's set up nicely to kind of liquidate off of this high, honestly. Doesn't mean it's going to, but
Prepare for impact. Would you guys copy the same trades that you take on your live accounts or use a different approach? Depends, but mostly the same. Fade the move on news. It just depends. If it rips in your face 100 points, they probably don't want to fade it. Well, not immediately anyway.
here we go. 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Incoming.
Brace.
Brace for impact. When did I start trading the 5 and 15 seconds? I rarely go that low. It's a bit low for me. Oh, they did nothing. Maybe the day is delayed, chat.
Wah, wah, wah.
Did it drop? It
There it
dropped.
goes.
It's dropping. See, this is the thing that I said I didn't want to see. Boo, where's my refund? Yeah. Hmm.
There's a bit of buying here. I'm going to jump in. It's right at the 5-minute OR high.
Yeah.
They hold these 29s. I think it's okay. I mean, you're seeing kind of the deltas. There we go. Got taken out.
Yeah.
I may stay engaged here. It might be just a kind of a difficult trade, but I do like this. A continuation long here from this open is kind of what I'm looking at.
I would welcome the 5-minute mid with a 9 a.m. low take on ES. That would be a nice trade setup.
Get back in.
To be honest with you, cool down, Dave. I also struggle with all-time high markets. It's a market I just approach very slowly.
I'm gonna wait and see what ES says here at these lows. I don't want to, ES making new lows on the day, and Q's kind of at support. This just might be a hard trade to get into when ES is trying to sort out its feelings at the lows. They bought it heavy in these 58s or 28s, sorry. And now we're kind of below those 28s. Yeah, I may miss this move.
I like the buyback on ES. Yeah, like looked below the low, and
Yeah,
now they're buying
I'm gonna
it.
be super late to this, but it's just gonna go. Yeah, I like this. Just need the ES buyers to get some follow through off of these lows, and I think we'll be okay. Man, ES is really still struggling. It must be Dow.
What's the Dow doing? Is it
What's the Dow
tripping?
doing? I
No,
have it somewhere.
stumbling. It's down. Yeah, it's down 200 points since the open. Well, from the open, it's down 300 points. To be honest, are you in the long still?
Yeah, I'm long.
Yeah.
34.
I think it's a great. I think it's. I mean, it's not the spot you originally wanted, but I think it's a great
Right.
continuation.
Yeah.
I would have just loved that 24-hour VWAP and 5-minute mid.
Same. But we didn't get it. So
We didn't get it. You're right. What would you do? Take us off at the high?
yeah, I would target one for the V range high.
Yeah, that makes sense.
71. I may front run it a little bit. Just kind of eyeballing this for appeal. I don't know. ES trying to traverse the opening range.
Yeah, it gets back through. It's cool. What's your oyster? Kane looking for VWAP. I kind of just want NQ to have a bit of a deeper pullback when ES took out that 9 a.m. low.
Yeah.
ES took out the 9 a.m. low, and I wanted to see ES kind of pull back a little bit more. NQ, sorry, pull back a little bit more into like the meat of that 9:30 move, like the initial 9:30. It earlier I said it basically touched the 5-minute high and just started getting buys, and so you jumped in, which makes sense. In all honesty, I didn't expect them to get paid so fast. I was expecting them to take a little bit of heat. Thank you to previous week high. Is it already there?
I'm out.
Oh, it's close, very close. That's a good target though.
Golf
Did
claps for
you say you're out?
25-point trade. Yeah.
No, good shit though. I mean, paid for your loser and some.
Yep.
If this loses it here, I could be enticed into some sort of short.
I mean, the rally even up to this point was a bit weak.
Bit sluggish.
I just got an email that said your package is ready for pickup now. So I know what you're going to be doing after we get off.
Yeah, I actually have a couple of calls, but I'll be immediately going there straight after that. Yeah. I've been itching for that.
Quite the divergence here, ES and NQ.
Yeah, I'm just favoring ES right now. ES looks extremely silly, and NQ is struggling to get back to that high. Again, would welcome a leg up from both, and then ES to really find its selling strength.
Decent little high they left back there on ES though, you know.
What the the high at 946?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it. Do you?
Got a good wick.
You think it's a good wick?
It's got a good amount of excess.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Nothing. I'm just laughing at the chat. Chat are funny today.
What are they saying?
Someone said news was at 10, and Florida man responded, "Yeah, man, two hosts and 1,300 traders already knew that." Sorry, ESNQ
That's
spy.
funny.
I know
That's,
that that's
that's
mean. I know that's
hilarious.
mean, but like I just couldn't help but laugh.
No, I think it's funny.
I think it's funny
I
as
think
well.
we can all have a laugh about it.
If you can't laugh at
It's
yourself, then you can't laugh at anything, you know.
yeah.
Ads have rolled over and getting worse. Russell decently underperforming in Q by 80 basis points. Equity markets feel sus. You know when they feel sus, that's when I like them.
They do, and that high in ES. I mean, Kane doesn't like it, but I think it looks decent.
I think unless it sells down, I mean, I like it post today. Like if at the close we close and I leave that high, I like that high.
Yeah.
Intraday, I don't like that high, right?
Yeah.
Um, but tomorrow, I mean, it's setting up for a good day tomorrow. But that kind of leads me more to the fact that NQ will also leave us a good high.
I'm gonna get short here in NQ.
Yeah, me too. I just really fucking well, I want to, but the reality is I
I mean, ES just looks like it's ready to at least take out the low.
roll over, yeah. But I mean, they've literally been doing opposite things. ES has been grinding lower and NQ's been grinding up. I need NQ to catch a nice bid, and I'm not going to be the guy today. I'm not going to be the bidder. How many times can they tap the glass before it goes? A lot of times. Trust me, more than you think. actually going to get going.
Oh, come on.
God, those ES buyers just stepped right in. Not really going anywhere though, are they?
I mean, I don't really love being short the hole, and you might not think this is short the hole, but if ES catches a bid with NQ being strong already,
Yeah.
they will blast it. So it just kind of needs to go. There, come on, come on, come on, come on. They got to take out that overnight low in ES, right?
They might
75.
not.
All right. We'll take off one here for 20 points. Pull my stop
If
down a little bit.
they bring it back to 850s, I'll get in with you.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Gangster. Tune, by the way. But markets only go up. Tell that to April last year. I don't want the 9 a.m. high to be swept. Yeah, I do, but NQ really tried to get up there and they sold ES straight through the bottom, so it's a bit of a chaser for me. God, they are. They're really giving it a go on ES right now.
Break this yesterday's high and go back to the open.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping they'd give it some juice to come back through. But they're going straight through it. It's good for your trade. Yeah, it's kind of invalid for me now. It's a great trade, brother.
Thank you. I'm going to cover one more here. Oh, what the heck?
What the
I don't
hell?
need that. Okay. I've got one left. Just leave this stop order and just watch this thing melt into hell.
Into hell. Yeah, it was a really nice trade.
Thank you.
Text trades was like giving you a compliment, and then he gave you like a backhander straight away.
Can we get a meow? We need a better meow. Oh, shit.
Oh shit.
I just, like there has to be a better meow for like a decent trade. Like that meow is just, it's a little offensive.
All right, go ahead. Like, correct. Make it better.
Mm-mm. Not right now. I don't want to be put on the spot.
You're not a zoo animal.
Yeah, I mean, I am not a zoo animal. You are correct. Lions roar for a good trade. Best meow in the business. Wow. That's
Chat, I think Austin is like begging me to get up there and do a better meow. I think he's begging for it. He's like, he's like, we need a better meow. We need a proper meow. Get him on.
so ES has a really nice low volume node at 82. Um, and I think if we hold 80, like say 83 half, kind of use that for continuation reference. To get above 83 half, I may just get out of this NQ trade because I mentioned I don't really love being short the whole. I'm not short the whole in NQ, but ES I was. So thankfully it broke for me. But if ES finds a bid here, NQ's already strong, it's not going to take much for NQ just to rally right back to these highs. So just one way to protect myself on this trade is just I'm going to use that 83 half as my out position in NQ. So ES takes out 83 half, I'm getting out of this trade because I would assume that we're going to rally pretty hard if ES can get back into the bulk of its range for the day. That's kind of one way that I use that the ES market, even though I don't trade it. Getting close. Getting close. They're kind of sitting right there at that OBN right now on ES. Two points off of the overnight low is such a dumb thing not to take that out.
Yeah.
All right, I'm finger on the trigger. Printing 83 half now. All right, I'm out. It's good enough for me.
Yeah, you got a lot off of it, so it's good.
Yeah, watch them sell it from here. Fantastic.
Yeah, this was kind of the spot I initially wanted to sell when you got into your trade. It just never came back, and now it's come back. But the context of how the move came back kind of changes it for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like the way I look at it right now is mark out this 4-hour open, lots of action above. Didn't really want to stay, sorry, below. Didn't really want to stay above. Didn't really want to stay above. Lots of action below. It's like if this can get back below, it kind of just
And take out
solidifies that
those
this
lows. Yeah.
solidifies this 4-hour candle was flipping bearish again, staying
Yeah.
bearish. Sorry.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's definitely a spot to sell it. And they just might deviate once more. And that for me is like the real trade I want. So it's like it's really hard to get short here, and my invalidation for being short is not die. So it's like it's kind of silly.
Your invalidation be in the middle of the range.
Yeah, it's just I lose, and the next thing I do is okay, we go higher. I look to short again, and I don't like those trade setups too much.
chat, we are 70 likes away from hitting 500.
Wow.
And Kane said if we hit 500 likes today, he's going to send me a pair of those glasses.
Let's unlike the stream then, boys. Let's
So
unlike the stream.
get to hitting that, smash that like button. You know what to do. And we're on the road to 200,000 subscribers.
Yeah, we begged for 150 and we just skirted 30K past it. That seems pretty good.
Yeah, you guys are killing it.
I heard Kane would do another giveaway.
I will do giveaway with Kane. We'll do a co-sponsored giveaway.
Oh,
when we get to 200,000 subscribers.
Oh, that's quite far, chat.
Don't listen. It will happen. Don't listen to Kane. He's such a naysayer.
No, I know it'll get there, but exactly. Fractal's right. I will ship everyone that likes a stream. I will ship everyone a pair of glasses, but I can guarantee that they're going to get lost by UPS. Yep. 1,000 likes get straight out on the stream with us.
No.
We might have to up those figures. They're rookie numbers for that. Lucid accounts for everyone. We already did lucid accounts. Come on. And also yesterday too, the guys they got the accounts, jumped in the stream and told me that they're winning on those accounts. So
yeah,
they're winning.
Hell yeah.
So we won.
JD Florida man.
What should be the like?
He's contradicting what you said.
We blew those accounts. Nah.
No, I'm not.
How would he get Project X? That'd be weird.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. That's crossing the line. You're a massive Leo the Tiger fan? That is so kind, Max.
He's buttering you up. Don't listen to him.
Yeah. What's your play here? What's your play here? What? Look at him acting like he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, he knows. He's smart.
I wish you will wine and dine me. I will.
So, chat, what do we think is an appropriate like comment to give away like prop accounts? Because I feel like
look at that. 565 likes. Just like that. Boom. Leo gets a free pair of glasses from Kane. Guys, that is beautiful.
It's Jane.
You guys are fucking legends. I'll send you my address.
These guys are okay, but XYZ is much better. I agree, by the way. I think XYZ is much better.
Yeah, he is much better. AJ, is that really AJ? AJ, is that really you?
This is actually AJ. I feel like it's actually
AJ. If that's you, tell me something about yourself that only I would know. It's not AJ.
It's not AJ, is it? See, that's definitely not AJ, because AJ would love to brag about himself.
He would.
On stream.
Yes, he would.
Yeah, he would. Sucks to suck. Sorry, I read something in my Discord. Give away your cap, Leo, 1,000 likes. I agree.
1,000 likes now.
Why not? Why not?
Give this specific one away.
Yeah, take it off your hat, off your head right now and put it in the
No,
UPS mailbox.
no, I won't even do that for 2,000 likes. 200,000 subscribers, I might take off my hat.
What? Really?
Yeah,
I would buy them, but I don't want to ruin the thing, you know. Damn, it feels good to be a
you looking for
gangster.
longs here? I'm really not looking for anything at the moment. It's kind of a choppy range. I was able to get a long from the OR, high, from here to here, and then sold it down to here. Um, I'm really not gonna overstay my welcome in this choppy range.
So sorry, did we establish how many likes we needed to start giving away prop accounts? Like, like we can make it a Wednesday thing. 1,000 likes every Wednesday. I think that's good. I think that's fair.
That's a good question, Max. Why doesn't Leo go by Leo the Tiger on stream, but Kane goes by Trader Kane?
That's
I don't
very
have
true.
control over what name they put up on my screen. That's production. So maybe they just know me as Leo and not Leo the Tiger.
Happy birthday, Kane. I didn't know it was your birthday. Who said it was my birthday today?
So wait, are you saying if we get 1,000 likes, you're going to give away more accounts?
Um,
Is that what I heard?
maybe.
I mean, that's a lot of likes. Please change Leo to Streamer Boy Leo.
It's not my birthday, by the way. Whoever keeps spreading this news, it's not my birthday.
When is your birthday?
November. We had it last year, remember?
Okay, yeah. When is the video coming up with you and the other 10 unprofitable traders?
What's that? What was the question?
Oh, they did give me Leo the Tigra.
Bro, why do Amy, you're just so weird, bro. Like you try and dox my address, you just call me by my surname, which is not really out there. Like, okay, you can find it, but like, and I don't hide it, but I don't actually say it ever. You're just like weird. Like you enjoy doing this, and it's so frustrating. No, you didn't, because we established this. You didn't go to school with me. What was the school we went to? You remember? I asked you this. Tell me the school. I don't want to ban him because I think he doesn't do it in a malicious way. Bro wants to dox me here. You are trying to dox me, by the way, like consistently. Okay, we took out that high. Now I really want to sell it.
We take out 7,000.
Yeah. No, 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 no. We took out the NQ high. I'm joking. Yeah, but I just don't appreciate that, you know? Like, it's just a little bit frustrating. Like, if I said this about myself, that's not so weird, you know? And if you did it just once, I wouldn't think it was weird, but you do it every stream. Every single stream you try and do it. However, the video that you're asking for is I believe it's coming out like March time. I don't control that. It's not my production, so between next XY Leo, Kane, Jack, Chris, and Stu. Who's Stu? Is there a new guy named
Stu?
Stu?
Stewie.
Oh, you mean Stowe? I'm pretty sure. Um, who's the oldest? Leo, is it you?
Who would be older than me?
Chris and Jack are young.
Yeah.
Stowe and Nick and XY. They're
Stowe and I are
similar.
the same age.
Okay, so it's you and Stowe then. 'Cause
XY and Nick are younger.
Yeah, so it's you and Stowe, yeah.
We are the elders, except for Pax and Deli.
Leo is 58, XY says.
That's a lie.
Yeah, that's a mean lie as well.
Merritt is younger. He's 30. I won't say his age. I won't dox that. I'm a man. I'm 40.
I'm a 40-year-old.
There's a big meme about the head coach of the Oklahoma State football team. He was doing a media conference, and they were being a bit harsh for his players, kind of like criticism again on his players. And he basically came up to the press conference today and was like, it's like, if you got something to say, you attack me. I'm a man. I'm 40. It's like, these are just kids. And so it just became like this whole meme of like, I'm a man. I'm 40. It's been
Respect it though.
Yeah. No, he definitely, yeah, I respect the move. It just became a meme, kind of a hilarious one.
I'm gonna watch it right now.
It's not hard to find.
I'm just gonna search I'm a man. Yeah, it's straight away. Are they allowed to pay the kids?
They are now.
Oh, they are.
Used to be not a thing, and now it's a thing. And so it's like college sports are becoming, they can buy the players basically.
Say that last part again.
They have a bit of negotiating leverage nowadays.
Yeah.
Couple more years before you become a man. I am an OU fan. 6 trading. The thing is I'm not a diehard fan. So like I watch and go to the games, but I don't obsess about the players they pick up or, all the details. Like I'm just
Yeah.
not a big time sports fan. So when you're like, oh, they picked up Livingston, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know who the hell Livingston is. Is that good for us or bad for us? My level of being a fan is hanging out on the porch, watching games, doing a barbecue, and rooting on the team, or going to the games and having a couple of beers and, hanging out with the wife or family. Where are you in Central Time Zone?
Whoa!
What's going on?
No, I was literally about to say if they
What?
if they can get it below
What?
83, I'll sell it. Look, this is gonna be my trade. For fuck's sake. They're gonna buy it straight back. Yeah, that kind of does it for me, chat. What on earth?
What is this?
Whoa.
Does someone want to let us know what went on? Someone that's more clued up with news or something happened. How much did they sell here? A lot? Or it was just a book? Oh, there's so much selling at that low, they're going nowhere. Did they touch the 5-minute mid? No, they shook it straight back to that low.
Nasty. No follow through yet either.
Yeah. USC's Russian oil tanker. Is that what it was? Yo, is Trump just like low key? Is he just doing what he wants to do now? He's just.
Midterms are this year, no? Midterm elections, chat. Oh, NVIDIA news. I gotcha. Kind of a BS headline. Yeah. Yeah, midterms are. Yeah, Kane, I don't think that I mean, it wouldn't make sense to really ruffle the feathers that hard versus
What?
just building on, you know, the current momentum of what they're doing. Because midterms are this year.
Oh yeah. How do midterms work again? He
So it's
just
just like I honestly I don't know, but I know it's it's incredibly important for both sides of the aisle from an election standpoint. It's midterm elections, but I don't know who's up for re-election or whatever. Like that's not my forte. Don't want to ruffle the feathers. Yeah.
a lot of Congress is up. Isn't like the
All of
average
it,
age in
most
Congress
of
like
it.
70 something?
Yeah, it's bad.
That needs to go, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm gonna take a stab at a short here and just
Yeah.
continuation. Just a one lot. Got a little bit of profit on the day. I'm just gonna. I know that the headline was kind of a BS headline, but it might put some pressure on the market. I'm just kind of using this same level.
So what was the Nvidia news? Chat.
Somebody posted it.
I would definitely take a trade at the extreme, yeah. Carl. Like this level, 883. If it gets back up there, then yeah, I would. But like I don't want to be selling this area. Chips are halted. Makes me hungry. Beans and toast it is. Yeah. That's exactly what we're gonna have. Good. Maybe I can build a PC this year for less than 8 grand. You can. It would just be like not top of the range, you know? Yeah, bro, I don't really trade December. Especially this year. Like I was kind of busy most of the year doing something or trading or doing like I didn't really have much days off. I took off November and I kind of switched off for December. So yeah, I burn out super easy. Like I hyperfixate on something 12 hours, 13 hours a day on it, and then just like I have to put it down.
Looks like they're just gonna chop around in this fucking range again. I was always
What's
just
up?
looking for that short for just like continuation. Like if we break this overnight high, per day high, etc. Like I thought it would just kind of dump. But they bought it right back up. So no
This
harm,
is
no
my
foul.
PC. Can you find the more freedom you have, the better trader you become? Yeah, because I don't like. I'm not forced to take bad trades. Paid to take good trades, and that's it. Like, and even if they're losers, so having the freedom, i.e., no stress of paying my bills or whatever, then yeah, I can be a better trader because of that, right?
We're well shy of the 1,000 likes goal that you
I
put
guess
out
I get to
there.
keep my hair then. Jared Tendler says it. You're paid to participate in good action. Well, not the. You're paid for the action, not for the time. Couldn't they wait one more second? I was just about to press sell. You're about to get an opportunity to sell it. I'm gonna sell it up here if we get it.
What price?
83 half.
Hmm. May I suggest 80?
Why? What's the?
That's the initial balance high.
You may suggest it. Um, that increased my risk. $100 though.
I'll send you $100 Venmo if it doesn't work.
It's not even 100. It's 80. I'll wait at 83 half. You know what? Actually, I quite like this trade. I'll sell both. Oh,
You just got them both.
I just got in both. I'll take 1 out of 10, and I'll stay in the one if they can get it there. Can I give my review on CL? Uh, I wouldn't be a CL trader right now. That's for sure. Venezuela just got taken over. So yeah. What's getting me in this trade? Your stop is for only one contract. Yeah. Why is my stop only for one contract? Thank you. Oh, can't modify it because I linked it. Let me just do this. Oh, it just doesn't exist anymore. You've broken it, and TradeAvate is broken. Not TradeAvate, sorry. TradingView. It's gonna break again. Wow. Yeah. Well, that's me done. I won't touch this. You can't link them in TradingView, which is a little bit annoying, to be honest with you. But that's a TradingView thing, not anything else. I think it's just a trend up. They're gonna fucking try again. I won't get baited into it, but it's the time that it plays, doesn't it? Hmm. I'm telling PA. Yeah, it's definitely not the worst. Do you both trade smaller size on stream? Uh, Not really. I just
I
haven't really
do.
trade. I haven't really traded size since middle of last year, really.
I definitely cut it. I cut my size down. I mean, there's a lot going on, right? Like behind the scenes, there's staying up with the chat, staying up with the production chat. Um, trying to keep some level of conversation and entertainment going. So there's just a lot to focus on, in addition to trading, which is already quite challenging. It's not an easy task. Um, and the other part of it is I don't come on here to brag or boast about how big of a trade I can put on. I'm just trading smaller size and talking about how I trade with you guys and what I'm looking at. So for me, it's just kind of a part of, it's hard to trade on stream, just in general. And then, I'm focused on more or less explaining process and reasoning behind some trades. And I want to keep that at the forefront and not have to worry about, you know, focusing too hard without being able to talk. Because if I did that, you would hear like zero talking from me. From as 1 to 10, how would you consider trading by yourself versus trading live like this? I mean, 10, I would say 9 or 10 trading live by yourself, 3 or 4. Like just from a mental standpoint. It's thank you, Italian guy. It's hard, but I also enjoy it. Like I enjoy coming on here and talking with you guys and talking markets. For one, one thing about me from a trader standpoint is I'm a I love the game, right? So not only do I like to trade and make money, but I love to talk shop and talk trading in general. So I just massive love for the game itself. Is there an easy way to reset delta volume on the DOM? Um, you can set it to certain rotations and just auto reset based on that. But I do like that idea of creating a tool that allows you to reset via a button click or a hotkey.
They still can't break through that area on ES. Looks horrible.
Really?
Yeah, they're still just they can't get through the high. Well, that I guess that high they set, not the actual high. This one. It's just looking. It's like the open. We'll see. Trying again.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I would guess that that 7,000 level gets taken out.
Boys, how you doing?
Good
Good
morning.
morning. Good morning.
Good
Are you guys
morning.
both on the West Coast?
I'm in Chicago.
Oh, okay. You're in Chicago, so never mind. So it's only good morning for XY.
That's
Basically
10
midday,
o'clock
yeah.
here.
I mean, it's always good morning for me and my friends, but technically it's getting
What are we looking
towards
at?
the
Like some
afternoon
leopard
here.
print?
What?
I figured you like this.
You got some leopard print going on right here.
Yeah, I was trying to camo in. I'm on the road today, so
Where you headed?
You see his hoodie?
Where
Yeah.
you going?
But yeah, I got a couple positions on right now. I'm really hoping that Russell makes a comeback. The mid of the week is where I'm long gold from, which seemed to react pretty well. And then just kind of morning support area. There was that NVIDIA news that hit, and I saw the tape start to flicker. What time was that? Like 9:40 or 10:40, somewhere around then. I was worried I was going to get taken out, but still, just basically NES in the Russell. Russell got that deeper pullback, but earlier this week it was outperforming all of the indexes. So as soon as we started confirming that low, I decided to get long. And I'm just trying to hold for new highs. Once, I mean, the Nasdaq's up there, hopefully the ES can follow, and the Russell would be last to get up there if we can get up there today. But
Yeah.
I'm probably going to be milking what I got on right now.
XYZ, you're not in anything?
No, I got it at the highs. I got that, that crazy move down.
Yeah.
I ended up filling 2 lots because, it was really spooky. And then got down to 1, and then I added 2 more when it retested like the overnight high area.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I didn't really have too many legs on it. So when it got to the highs, like I'm just gonna peel everything off.
See that V range on your chart finally.
It's been here. I've had it. You gonna tell everyone the secret what it's called?
Yeah.
Nah, it's been on here.
Secret green line.
Secret. These green lines are very, very secret.
Proprietary green lines.
Yeah, I'm flat now. It's I mean, I think that whole move was over half the day's range or half the day's range. So
yeah. Spider said, Jack, did you kill a cheetah?
Yeah, it was a Venezuelan cheetah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it's got the darker color on it.
Too soon.
Kane's just gonna drink some water.
I'll move some of my positions over here.
Jack and my wife shop at the same zoo. That's what someone says. For the record, I quite like the hoodie, just to be clear.
Anybody ever been
to the
Jack
zoo?
And my wife
yeah, I've been to the zoo.
The zoo, yeah. We got a couple of those. They're nice. They're free. It's great.
They're free? Oh, damn. We have to pay like $5.
Lincoln Park Zoo. We used to live right by it. Just walk right over after a day of trading, see a couple of tigers.
Yeah, well, you can see a tiger every day now. I'm on.
Yeah, he's there.
NT Live stole one. They poached one.
Picked me right up.
Like this one looks like it can trade.
I think Kane and I both have important items to attend to right at the top of the hour here. So
No, I have to bounce.
we
Sorry, boys.
Cowboys.
we
Enjoy the
appreciate
day.
you guys for jumping in and taking over.
See you, boys.
See you
Enjoy.
guys.
Ciao,
Have
ciao.
a good one.
luck.
See you, chat.
Later. All right, XY. I'm on a double booking today.
Yeah, you doing the afternoon too?
Yeah, with Nick. It's rare. I don't get many double bookings, so I got to work extra hard today.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're gonna start working you. You're lucky you're not in Jim's basement yet.
I heard that's where it goes down. He's got the week off though.
Yeah, all you do is he just feeds you gin. You in Nasdaq longs?
No, I got ES on,
Yes,
MGC
gold,
on,
Russell.
Russell, yeah. But need a little more room in this Russell to feel comfortable. Otherwise,
Good
I'd be
morning,
afraid
chat.
to test the lows.
Good morning.
Yeah, NQ traded to where I was kind of anticipating today, but sometimes when I watch so many different markets that I'll miss trades, which is fine.
Yeah.
But yeah,
NQ
we're at
looks good.
next target I would have above here. I have one target here in the Nasdaq at 25,000. Really at this 25,920, and the next thing above I would have at 25,978 area. So hopefully we can keep pushing. I really like this gold setup though. It was something I was looking for last week. It's probably the favorite setup out of everything I took because it was the midpoint from the Sunday open, which was a gap up Sunday. We've been rallying since, and then just traded right down into the mid of the week. And that was a 44.33 half. My long is from 34 half, so 1 point above that. And I'm looking for us to trade up potentially into the mid of the day. So the mid of the prior day. The mid of the prior day is 44.73. So we'll see if we can push up through this morning resistance here at 44.63 and get one more final run. But as far as new positions, I will not be taking much unless I get out of something. So, good question. What decided to make trade multiple markets at once instead of increasing risk on just one? Well, they're all different setups. So if you take, if you take an ES long at the same time as a Nasdaq long, that's one thing. But the Russell's different than the Russell trades differently than the ES does. Gold trades differently than both of them. So they're all independent of one another to some degree. There's, they're not very correlated markets. The Russell and the ES maybe, but if you look at the price action, the Russell and the ES today, they don't really completely align. In a general sense, they'll go up together and down together, but they're different. So I'm looking for specific like price levels to trade, and that's why I trade multiple markets because I'm just patiently waiting for certain circumstances. Like I look at about 20 different markets. I primarily trade the same 6, but there's a lot of markets out there that move a lot faster than the indexes do, and when they're moving I just switch over to them.
Mind giving us your 60-minute chart outlook and cover your earlier trade as usual? Yeah, sure. Well, it goes beyond too. If anyone's looking at daily candles, yesterday's was a really strong day. Built a lot of volume, closed pretty much at the high. So I'm looking for continuation. At this point, we are in resistance. So if you guys look at the 1 hour, there is some of this. Yesterday was strong and it left. You see this line. Hopefully you guys can see it. So this is now where I'm watching for any kind of pullback for a bid because these are swing highs. So many attempts, right? And then it came up. They're building high and they actually closed high up here with a good note. So if they can't get anything done back below this range, which is what I'm seeing coming to desk in the morning, then we're likely going to just start moving up and out of this range. So the line is swing point, swing point, swing point, no volume build, and then they built it. They left a low volume spot here, came back below and tapered into this volume. So I'm looking for longs, and let's see that crazy. I don't even know what that was. Some sort of news. Apparently it was Nvidia or something. I moved down, went to VWAP again, and I'm just waiting and watching. It's kind of crazy. Got in some longs around the 830s around here, but I only filled two. I didn't want to fill any more or any higher, and it never went back. It never came back. Got my other orders. So the whole thing just went up, and I went down to one lot from only two, and then I added back two more. So on this pullback, they held it pretty nicely, and I got two more in, so I was in three, and then I just took them off at the highs. I was debating taking off two and just holding on to one, but I also figured, this whole leg here was pretty much half of the day's range, or maybe 60%. And I didn't want to really hold anything to see if the range extends. Regretfully now, because if you really think about it, if this is what's occurring, this is going to be, price discovery on the upside, because they finally broke out the range. They built, they tested under it, they tapered, and this is when the market's going to start testing upsides until they can find that new seller or a past seller who's still there, et cetera, et cetera. So that was the trade. The market didn't really work in a way that I can put on more size comfortably. So that was kind of like the shitty part in it all, but you can't complain when you get like 50, 60% of the day's range. And I'm trying to just take that, live with that. And foreseeably, I don't really see much. This is something that could be bid right here. They did try to pull it back down. They failed, but I think if the range extended first and came back, it'd be different than just trying to take this bid now. Yeah, I mean, we've got some time here, so we'll keep monitoring. That's the trade. I hope that's clear enough for Dr. Steve there.
Cool. Let's see. I got a bunch of different questions here. How did I get that entry on the ES? A lot of my trading comes down to a few different types of technical methods and then a time component. Those technical methods include something I refer to as a leg start, which all my indicators aren't on my chart right now, but I'd have to get it. But a leg start to me is a 3-bar continuous move or more. So if you look at the 15-minute chart in the ES, we started at 1:30 New York time yesterday. We started a 3-bar move to the upside in the ES, and that bar at 1:30 in the ES would be what I consider to be a leg start. Like I said, that's just a 3-bar continuous move. So I always pay attention to that zone for potential retest. And then I have different ways which I draw Fibonacci sequences. And I got that if I can find confluence with the Fibonacci sequence that I determine is in program or program buys. And then I also have a confluence with just other general TA methods. Like if you look at the ES chart, the prior high of the day before the afternoon breakout was 77.5, which was 3 points away from my entries. And then you had the breakout coming out of lunch, which started at 1:30. That's also around the same area. So a couple levels of confluence there, and then just a overall long bias in the ES combined with a Fibonacci tool is how I got that entry in the ES. And then as far as silver goes, silver is in a great position. We have just traded in silver. The low of the current day is last week's low, I believe, was on Wednesday, just before the close. If you look at the SIL, which I don't have that contract up here, but I do know where silver paused, at least for now. But last week's low to high, the midpoint of last week's low to the current high is the low of the current day in silver. And then we had an inverse fair value gap fair value gap print in silver. So I'd still like to see one more sweep of lows in silver. I don't know if that'll happen today, but I could see us at least rotating up through the open here, possibly in silver. So that's kind of my opinion on silver. And as far as trading the YM, yeah, I do trade the YM. My top 6 would probably be ES, NQ, gold, Russell. I mean Bitcoin sometimes, oil. Did I say oil? Yeah, I mean all of the indexes, because they change. They change. The Nasdaq is, if you're going to trade one, of course everybody trades the Nasdaq, but sometimes there's rotations where, especially if you want to have a bias in a market, some days the Nasdaq will chop around, and like yesterday, take a look at what the Dow did. I mean, we were basically straight up, and there wasn't many pullbacks, but the Dow here today is down 200 points. It's a totally different chart than the Nasdaq is. But for me, if I were to get long the Dow, I'd like to see it move down to like 49,300 before taking that. And that may happen tomorrow. But I try to go into the day with a bias on each individual market, and then of course that bias is not always going to be correct, but if I can get that bias and the price level that I'm anticipating that should have a reaction to trade, then great. Like my bias is bullish here in the YM, even though we're down 200 points on the day, but it's only bullish once we've traded the levels that I want to see trade. And even like yesterday's midpoint in the YM would be 49,431. So if we got 49,431 to trade in the YM here today, I would look for a trade later. This is just because of that positioning of us coming back into the middle of the day. So, but right now I'm just kind of holding everything, hoping that we continue up. I am going to move my stop up here shortly in really gold. We're starting to consolidate and build this, I don't know, consolidation. We're building a consolidation in gold. So if we do sweep back down, I'm not going to give up everything that we've ran. Definitely could be some stops there. So I'm just moving my stop up there. I can definitely move my stop up above my entry here in ES. But let's see the other questions. Take the pill from Limitless. Yeah, it's called the Adderall. So I think the thing with a 1 minute time frame when you're trading multiple markets is a 1 minute time frame requires much more concentration to detail than a 5 minute time frame or a 15-minute time frame. So I think it's really hard to watch multiple markets on a 1 minute time frame. I personally wouldn't be able to do that. I'll go down to a 1 minute time frame if I need, if we skip beats, and I think that's like a very fast, high volatile move, maybe off some economic news events. But I mean, you could trade. I don't trade 1 minute time frames because I don't trade. I'm not like a hyper scalper. I basically am looking for higher time frame supports and resistances in entry, which I can risk a minimal amount of capital relative to the potential reward. Now, you're not always going to get a 3R trade, but if you're moving markets, you're more likely to get a 3R trade than you are if you're just trading the same market. Now, the NASDAQ is going to provide awesome. I mean, I've had 10R trades in the NASDAQ, but they're not coming every day. You need certain market conditions and, volatility to do that. But yeah, that's all I got. I'm done talking for now. A market that I would be looking for a reversal right now would be copper. I don't have it on my screen, but if I see some evidence of buyers in copper coming into the 11:30 close, that'd be something that's kind of at the lower end of what I would anticipate here today. And that market has been stronger. It's down 3% right now. So if we start seeing a bottom mean formation in copper coming into 1130, that would be a potential market I'd be willing to trade. For the short markets that are strong, go ahead, XY. I've been talking.
PBH, my profile is just RTH only. That was the question. Hey, good morning, Nick.
Daddy's home.
Stop up even further here in the gold market. It does look like we're going to. All right, smash that like button. There we go. Smash that like button. Hit that subscribe. I love coming on here and I see these subscription numbers pump up. Like they're up like 1K every other week, or every week they're up 1,000 at least.
Is it? Has it been like that?
I mean, I saw it at 169, then I saw it at 170. Now we just got on. It's 171. Like it's just something I watched. I watched the YouTube to catch the chat.
When 200K, yeah, right. When 200K.
Can we get an over under on it?
I think at 200K, Jack will go full on leopard print, like the leopard colors, everything.
I'll go to the local zoo and borrow one of their leopards. Would Leo shave his head? Is that something he's agreed to? I don't want to speak
for 200K.
Him.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. Yeah.
There's
only one way to find out, chat. Make it happen.
Yeah, tell your friends. For the ATR expansion, I'm measuring the entire size of the bar, including the wicks. I somehow don't have I got to reload my studies here. They're not on my screen for some reason, but at least some of them are not. But yeah, I look for ATR expansion. I'm measuring the entire size of the bar. I don't need to go to Brooklyn to do that. I can do that in Chicago. So I'll jump into the Rhino pit.
A dunk tank. Look at these are all great ideas. Should do all of them.
All right, at 200,000 subs, I'm jumping in the Rhino pit at Lincoln Park Zoo with my laptop. You guys gotta bail me out. They will throw me in jail.
A lot of selling coming in here. See if they get anything for it or just continue to march up.
Crudele in a dunk tank. Who's throwing? Everybody gets 3 balls.
When we've got low momentum, how do I frame my trading day? I just don't really do much.
Let's see
here. I will say for order flow traders, at least for myself, when it is low momentum and like there's not much pace, it is harder to really make choices based on the order flow because when it's really slow, you might get, this happening and in 5 seconds, it's totally something else and then something else again. So it's not as reliable for me to try to like nab entries. So when it's really slow, kind of like what they're doing up here, they're trying to build this node out, but it's pretty two-way tape. I don't really get involved unless it's like some key level stuff where at the end of the day, the risk reward is good. Sure. But if we're playing key levels, it would only be a short for me. And I don't want to short this. I do not want to short this. So yeah, that's not on the table. I think even if we trade down into like the 900s right here where they held earlier, this prior, we'll say like a little distribution, this little node, I still wouldn't even look to short this. I don't want shorts at all today. So far, obviously things can change. I don't know, but it's not looking enticing for sure. And I can't get long up here. So yeah, that Nvidia news is kind of crazy. Right? Can't complain though because it gave me
What
something. It gave me a
they
long.
say.
So there's a bunch
Shen's
of selling here. We just don't know what they'll really get for it.
Yeah, I didn't see what he said. Did he, or was it a speech, or not that it matters, but out of curiosity.
A White House briefing.
Wow, I'm actually surprised gold isn't going to take me out. At least doesn't look like it.
Gold is definitely looking like upsides again. There's a lot of wicks down there. One, two,
Yeah,
three.
I need to push this like 65 level.
You're long gold, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
long from the lows. Got lucky there. You should
It's
take enough
looking like
trades
it.
sooner or later. You feel like really lucky. You're like, man, I bought the low.
Dude, all the time. I'm like, ooh, I got good seats to this show. I'm not giving it
Yeah,
up.
good
Not
seats.
getting up to get water, nothing. No, I'm staying here.
Yeah, it's rare you get good seats this show. I mean, but the thing is, to stay in the game long enough, you end up with good seats to the show. You show up to the show every single day. You don't know what seats you're getting, and then sooner or later you get good seats and you sit in them.
hmm
That's the goal. There we go. There's the pump. That's an ATR expansion there in gold. So one of the things I like to see is when I get an ATR expansion, even though my target is 44.86 right now, I would wait 25 minutes past that expansion just to see how far we're going to go. So instead of having like a straight up, oh, this is my profit target because we hit this level, I start going to a time-based profit target where I'm giving it room to run based on time as opposed to price because I really have that's like if you ever seen those moves where just like skyrockets, but when it starts moving, you got to be moving your target up. And then I just say, okay, where are we in 25 minutes? So because we're expanding here on this 1120 bar, that move right now in the last 5 minutes is 13 points. The ATR, how I measure it by a 50% increase of the average. That would be $8.50. So we're already $5 above that ATR expansionary point. So I will go out. This bar is like the beginning of the 1120 bar. So I'll go out to the 1145 bar and then just say, where are we at 1145? I don't know how high we're going to be. We could be below this. I don't really know, but I start managing my position by time just in case you get a huge move. It's the only way I know how to stay in bigger moves. Is to just not focus on price, but focus on the amount of time. Definitely want to see ES stay above 69.88 here. The indicator on the bottom of my chart is something I've developed that consists of five different components, and I promise I'll get it on NinjaTrader available. Honestly, I'm lazy. I have to like email over somebody at NinjaTrader to get this done and like list it on their site, I guess. I don't really have an assistant, so I can do everything myself. I am not a partial guy.
I have to be because I can't hold it otherwise.
No, for sure. I mean, you're trading way bigger size than I am, so I mean, I'd
If
be
I don't
partial.
partial, I'm gonna cook myself.
Hey man, there's a million ways to see that.
If they don't hold 890s, I think we're
here.
gonna fall back in quite a bit.
The highest reading this oscillator on the bottom can have is a +5, and the lowest reading it can be is a -5. And then basically, if you're each one of them, if we're above it, it's like a 1 point. If we're below it, it's -1 point. So if I'm trading and I take 2 stop outs in a row and I look at my oscillator and it is telling me the exact opposite of what I'm trading, I usually eliminate that market from my view for the day because it makes me think that I'm not reading it correctly, as opposed to just getting myself in a hole by continuing to attempt trade after trade after trade.
Thanks, String B. String B? I think that's how you say it. Appreciate you, man.
There's that 88.5 in the ES. I want to see 88.5 hold in the ES. Otherwise, I'm worried that we're going to get a deeper pullback.
Got a big buyer in Q at the 890 here. 191 lots against the offer. See what happens.
Euro close in 4 minutes.
Filled in NQ singles. I don't know. NQ still has, it's not filled yet, right? Yes. I think it's not until like, what, 870s, maybe? Yeah.
Is it possible to change the size of the position thing?
Change the what?
Like the size of it?
Oh, that position window?
Yeah, the position tracker.
You can kind of drag it if you hover over it with your mouse. I think you can,
Yeah, no, I've been dragging. I was wondering if there's like minimize
like
it
the
like
edges. No, like the edges. You
yeah.
can resize it on the edges.
Um
Kind of like dragging the corners.
okay. I feel like Chris is
I
like
think. Maybe not.
yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, it's like taking up 20% of your screen.
No.
Yeah, I mean when you're in like 3 positions,
Yeah, no, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
you just get more positions on, it's just gonna look like one tape. Like, all right, this is what he's
One day I'm
got.
gonna come out and have 6 positions and be nothing but my position
You
tracker.
got a CVS receipt right there.
Yeah, that's right. Ding ding ding. Um, my RTY target. So, I mean, I just have it up really high. I've been in this trade for a while now. I don't know if we're gonna get. It looks like I'm about to get stopped out in the ES. I don't know if we're gonna get where I want us to be. So let me just come up with like a more reasonable stop.
Stop failed.
There you go. I'm taking out on the ES there. Let's see here. I think the low from the overnight session before we broke down, or we have what I refer to as an upper mid, which is a 58.88.5. Probably going to take it off of 58.88.5. I've been in this trade for quite some time. I do think we can continue to trend higher, but between the low of 8 a.m. New York time, which is a 25.90 to 25.89, I think, just basically a retest of this zone here. We're not.
Chat
If
said
I were
just
to,
move it. He just move it over to my screen.
yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool. I'll do that. Well, it's slowed down now that I've out of my ES, but somebody sniped me on that low and instantly took me back up. 11:30. Here we go. Move my gold target up a bit. Or my stop.
Really want to see what they do around these 890s to 880s. I might be interested in longs, depending. Gonna try some longs here.
Order submitted.
Let me try to get long copper.
All right, see if we can scalp some longs up here. First target's only 12 points away because it's pretty slow up here. The range is kind of consolidated, so. See if we can get some TPs on this.
I don't use, I'm not really sure what CBD is, honestly. Excuse my ignorance.
We got one. Dio says, come on, XYB short here. You guys might, not me. Got paid on one. See how the rest go.
Yeah, silver popped when gold popped too. I know we were talking about that earlier.
Some pretty sizable selling here, 904s NQ. If they can fill that and get it out the way, then yeah, I think we can get a good move. But they're trying to work through it. It's like 400 lots almost so far, which is really big on NQ. If they can start trading above that seller, skies will be a lot more clear.
We'll be dragging this Russell target up here. Drag my stop up too. Put my stop above my entry in the Russell as we take off here.
After I took one, I don't do break even. No, there's no reason to. I think if it starts coming back down, I'll look to just even put even more on because I like the range. So if I think the prices are good there, I'm gonna want to get some more on. But you know, all things order flow for me. We'll see. Right now, there's big selling 904 and above. I don't know if they'll be able to get through it, but I'm keeping an eye on it. So right now, they're still trying to buy through it, which is okay. But if they start slipping underwater underneath the buying attempt, I'm going to get out of this trade for whatever's left on the table. But just keeping an eye on it. If the buying stops, I'll get out of it. But it hasn't stopped. It's just running into a thick wall, is what it is right now. And when it does that, you know, they're being absorbed, but we don't know. We don't know if there's more buying or more selling just yet. It takes time to figure it out. So. But if we start to slip lower, I'm definitely gonna get out of this trade wherever price is, doesn't matter.
So why did I buy copper? I was talking about buying copper. Just generally speaking, I have a bullish bias on copper as I do all of the metals. I think we're putting in a bottoming formation here in copper, and then the time frame changed to the middle of lunch. And then also gold and silver are breaking out. So I think there's a good chance that we get a follow through here now in copper. I think the lows of the day are in. I of course could be wrong. That's just my own opinion, but we seem to be unable to really get an aggressive continuation of selling right now in copper. So I'm just hoping we can rotate back up while the rest of these markets, the rest of these metals move higher. That's why I'm on copper. Copper basically is the same as the ES as far as tick value and stuff.
It's a lot of selling here. Hopefully this can be the last attempt to pull this down and we'll just keep moving up for a while. But yeah, for the break even question, it's the same analogy as like the front row seats at the concert thing, right? I think the entry has a good chance of being something equivalent to front row tickets at, the market long show. And if I think that's the case, I'm not going to give that up. So it's as if you got to a show, you got front row tickets, and some guy walks up to you and says, "Hey, I like your seat. You wanna give it up because I think they might put more seats in front." But I mean, you don't know that. Right now, you are the front row. So would you get up and give him your seat thinking that they might, right, put more seats in front of you? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't give up those seats. So why would I give up this entry at break even? The idea is if you're in the entry, it's because you think, that's a good spot to get into a trade. If you put it break even just because the market moved a little bit, you're willing to give that up if it comes back, but it's what you thought was a good spot. We hardly moved. Like my first TP was only 12 points. That's not much of a move for me to want to give up the entry. If anything, you can always put more on. Right now, obviously the information is changing. There's a lot of buying that's still occurring and they're not getting what they want right now. But the selling isn't either. We don't know who's going to come out, moving the market yet. So I'm waiting on that. If at any point I do see the buying like start to shut off, I'll take the trade off. It's fine for whatever profits left, but I haven't seen that yet. They're being absorbed very heavily. There's really thick selling, but they're still buying it through. And I think if they're not going to get back into the prior range, well, they should be extending upside. So, but we'll see. I mean, they're kind of losing that now. They're trying to keep this bid. There's a lot of selling. There's also a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of buying in here that if price continues to slip lower, this can lead to lower prices for sure. But until the buying shuts off, I'm sitting in it. I got my finger on the flatten button as usual. Think it depends on proper personal. Well, I think if it's prop, you're probably trying to manage a trailing drawdown, right? But you could just not trade intraday drawdown props and just trade the ones with end of day drawdown, and you wouldn't have to worry about that. Please, man, we are trying to sell this thing. Reginald says, respectfully disagree. Yeah, I think everyone's looking to fade me, but that's the game, that's the game. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong.
Don't fade me, bro.
Yeah, to me, a break even stop, I'd only put it in if it's a scenario where I can decide, hey, if price comes back to this, I no longer want the trade. The idea has played to some extent. It will be a different trade if it comes back to the entry. But if the idea is still intact, nothing's really happened yet. If you thought it was a good entry to get the idea, why would you give it up then? I know the answer. The answer is because I don't want to lose money. One trade is not your entire data set. One trade is nothing. One day is nothing, right? If you're willing to give up good access, why'd you get in the first place? Did you think it was good? Why do you not think it's good anymore? Well, it's because you're trading P&L. You're scared to lose your money. Oh, if it comes back, I don't want to let a green trade go red or some shit like that. But this is over a long data set. The equity curve is not just that one trade. It's not whether, oh, this trade was a green trade. Now I'm a great trader. That this doesn't work like that. All right, so we're down to 2 now. We've got half our position left. Thank you.
If you have a problem with oversizing, are you initially taking that position with more size than you anticipated, or are you just doubling down? I guess you got to ask yourself, what's the when are you oversizing? Are you oversizing amongst initial position? Because I mean, that's just a you problem, my guy. Like you need to sit down in a park and look at
In a park,
yourself.
oddly specific.
Sit down in a park with a pond and look at yourself in the reflection of the water and ask yourself, do you really want to do this? And if the answer is yes, then you got to stop oversizing. Because you got to think about it mathematically. If you are oversizing, you are not allowing yourself the correct number of occurrences to let an edge play out, even if it's positive.
Yeah, that would be the keyword, occurrences, for sure.
Feed the business ducks. Yeah, or you can sit down in a zoo with the rhinos, and if you oversize, you got to take the rhino. Whoever wants to put that horn, wherever that rhino wants to put that horn, that's your fault.
The keyword is park. Yeah.
Oh no! Got the soundboard firing. I don't typically trade now. Swing trading is, I think, harder to do in the indexes than it is to do in other markets. I think swing trading is easier to do if you're trading many other markets, but if you're day trading indexes, it's pretty hard to swing trade them at the same time. You have to run separate accounts or different futures contracts. If I am swing trading, it's probably just a couple of days. It's not like I'm not looking to hold. And you need, in the indexes, you need hard sell-offs. Like if we get a 15% down day in the index, or not a down day, like a down move in the indexes that may take a few weeks or maybe a month or two, and we finally make that turn, that's the only time swing trading, in my opinion, is appropriate, is after a bear market in the indexes. Because once we do start going up, it's simply a matter of holding.
I'm trying to front run all this big liquidity at 929. There you go. All right, that's the trade. Little scalp.
So here we go with these, and there's copper going as well. If you guys remember when I moved my target up in gold when we broke out, and I said it's a time thing for me. I don't know how high we're going. We're still going. I'm about to move my Russell target up because it's basically the same thing. This is only the third bar. So I'm moving my target in the Russell up for the same reason I moved my target in the gold up, is because I'm in a winner and there's no reason to take it off. Like I could have resistance levels, but this is just 15 minutes into the move. We got, what, 4 hours left to the day? But yeah, this is now, that breakout was at 11:20. It's 11:40 in gold, and we're still pumping higher. And then once 11:50 hits, I will move my stop up, but I'm going to move my target up in the Russell. We could easily go back to highs of the day. The higher high of the day is just above us. Here we go. Got to pump it up. There's a new high of the day in the ES. Finally breaking through this morning. I got stopped on that low. Feels good, man.
Yeah, they did you dirty on ES though.
All right. So let's
Nah,
say
yo, You'll be all right. You just
So used
go
to
to the
it. So
park
used to it,
later.
Kane.
You go to the park later. You
I'm
stare
gonna
at the
go to the park.
pond. I gotta go. It's park time.
Oh my god.
Thanks, chat. Yeah, I just wanted to scalp. I mean, Jack's got a much bigger picture for the trade, which hopefully it works. But I was just looking for a scalp there because the range is pretty narrow. I mean, if I'm getting what, like, I'm gonna guess that was about 30 points out of what was like a 150 point range. I'm happy with it. I don't need much. Um, I don't regret taking it off because in this environment, I don't really. A lot of times it would come back, and as a scalper, that sucks. But for a trader like Jack, I mean, look at that P&L. It's a happy park day.
It is. Might even get a Starbucks and go to the park. Get a little snack.
Oh,
My target right now is $5 and basically 94 cents for copper.
do you know who was on tonight? So I predict volatility. Yeah, it's this guy here in front of you, Jack, and everyone's favorite volatility killer, Nick. That's why when you said you don't want to short before at the high day, you mentioned momentum. How do I gauge it? I mean, you could just look at how slow the market is. I don't think it's hard to gauge momentum. Look at price. You just need to look at price. What's it doing? How far is it moving? Is it moving? It just wasn't. But we did, I did note that a lot of selling was coming in. We just didn't know what would happen to it. So they actually finally they were able to pull price lower, and it got to a point where, okay, I mean, even Jack mentioned on, yes, this is where they need to hold. And they held. It was the same thing on NQ. It was prior distribution that they finally broke out of. Are they going to hold it? And if they do, well, if the market's going to decide we're not going to trade the prior range, they're going to go trade and find a new range, which is the basis for the long. Lots of selling was coming in around where I was getting long. And the idea is, okay, well, there's a passive bid that's willing to step up with the market now. I'm going to bet with them. And if it falls through, trade it and work. But if it goes, we get a decent move for a nice scalp. And that's what we got. Where do I read buying and selling pressure? On the DOM, level 2, price ladder, tape. Thanks, another Sapien. Thanks, Cooper. Yeah. Nick the stop. Hardest part about the industry is accepting doing bad. I think it goes beyond doing bad. I think it starts at people assuming that trades that didn't work were bad trades. It's not the case. Good trades lose, bad trades work. Just manage risk, you'll be all right. It could be so simple, but people keep attributing losing trades to losers, aka bad trades. But you're just placing trades, right? If it makes sense over a longer data set, it's great. But I think if there is a fear of, you took off a quarter of your position and now it's break even because you don't want this trade to put you negative, you're not really letting your edge play out anymore. Unless your data shows you truly that by the time you take off a quarter of your position, if it comes back, you will stop out. Unless your data says that very explicitly, more often than not, that's not the play. It's actually just giving up that front row seat to somebody because you needed to get water. It's the same thing. It's if I think I have a really good entry, I'm not giving that shit up. You're gonna have to take it from me. Go stop me out. See you, Larry. Thanks for hanging out. Keep it the dichotomy of chat. Keep it simple. Don't need 27 indicators. Next guy, I need 27 indicators.
That's me. No, I don't know how many indicators I have. I have a few. They all mean something to me, and they're all something I've developed to just point, like basically visually create something that I'm looking for. But I don't need them. I could trade without them. I have things on my screen that I don't even look at. Sometimes I'm like, why are they on there? I don't know. It's just a habit, I guess.
Monopoly, what contract size am I looking for? What are you looking for to determine passive bids? Well, it's all relative, right? Some days 60 lots could be meaningful. Some days 100 lots. Some days 60 lots is nothing. It really depends, right? So it does take time when I get on the charts. I got to really calibrate my eyes to what is current for the day. On this move up, we were seeing hundreds transact against the offer. Normally, that's like, okay, get out the way. This thing's moving, but it still took a while. There was so much passive offer that even 200, 300, 400 lots against the offer couldn't really move price up. Most days, that thing, you better get the hell out of the way, right? Today, well, I mean, we are trading some notable, it's like a notable swing point where they've had a hard time really building anything. And if you're going to build volume now, it's going to take a time, it's going to take time to process, right? To build volume, you take time to auction that for a while to fill the orders, or else it's not building. So it's just a natural thing in the market. As price is going to start floating higher, it's going to chew through selling, and it won't stop floating higher until it finds more selling than there is, willing buyers. And that's why I held on to that long, because, okay, we found some selling, but the buying is still willing. And for as long as it is, I think the market continues to move up. So they never stopped buying. They just had to chew through a lot of selling. How do you work on your patience and discipline? I know my rules, but I still break them. I mean, it's being human. I'm not a perfect trader by any means. Like, I do dumb shit.
You fill one of these with nitrous oxide.
Oh, secret alpha?
And then you just do this. And it really helps with the patience. It's laughing gas. No, actually, it's
Yeah,
just a
so
nebulizer.
Jack just became Bane for a second. How'd you guys like that?
Gotta do this. It's just you put the laughing gas on, it makes the trades last like a lot slower. No, this is a nebulizer. There's no drugs in here, just so you guys know. It helps clear out the sinuses.
All right, now chat's on Amazon right now. I'm
Yeah. No, it's a
trying to
portable
find one.
nebulizer. The little 1 to 3 parts hydrogen peroxide to water. It's called a nebulizer.
Nitrous alpha.
It's gonna go in the clip, Brooke. No, I would never trade under the influence of anything. I've done it before. It's not effective for your P&L. I made a phone call to my broker, absolutely blacked out of my mind when I was in Vegas one time. I just told him to go long ES, and yeah, I woke up down like $7,000. Well, I don't remember placing that last night.
It's funny. I got a buddy who experienced the opposite. This guy got so blacked out drunk while he was playing, and he was slinging like $1,000 hands at the win, but it would be like double downs too. And he just can't lose. He's doing dumb shit, and he just can't lose. And so me and another buddy were watching this. We're like, what the hell? And so as he's winning, we're literally taking his chips off the table. There's no more. Once you lose, you're done playing. And the deal is like, you guys are good friends. We're like, no, we're taking this. I'm pocketing all this money. At the end of it all, he finally lost a hand. He's up like 24 grand. He's
Wow.
blacked out. We get him up. He goes to bed. He wakes up the next day. He's like, he's now there's a bunch of cash all around. He's like, what happened? So I was like, dude, you were on a heater. You could not lose.
Yeah, you know he would have played till that all those chips were gone too if had you not
For
been off.
sure. So I never beat E. No, I do break even, but when I put it break even, it's no longer, hey, I think this entry is like a front row access. I think if price comes back, there's a stampede for whatever reason, and I need to get the hell out of the way. So until the situation changes to that, um, I'm not gonna be. But by that point, I'm never sitting break even for that scenario. At that point, the I'm trailing in profit already. I don't really like things coming back. I like to just get the idea, get paid on the idea, and it's cool. I don't really care much about being right or wrong, which is why a lot of my ideas, you'll see it, right? It's happening, and I'm already flat. And you're like, why the fuck are you flat? Well, I suck at holding trades. We just talked about this. You got Jack here to hold the trades. I'm just gonna take little chunks out and, call it good. So that's just my thing. It's hard for me to just sit in some size and just watch it. And I'm like, well, I really want to take this off the table now.
I need my stop up here pretty tight in the gold market, expecting myself to actually get stopped out on this, which is fine. But yeah, between me and XY on this stream, I think you guys are gonna learn every strategy. At least every time frame, right?
Yeah, string B. I'm glad you like the analogy. I think I first started saying it because a lot of my buddies too, it's like everyone has the same issue, right? Break even, you don't want to lose money. It's not anything specific to any trader. It's a very common thing. It's human nature. And I came up with that analogy because we were just on the concert of, I mean the topic of concerts right before that. So I was like, can you imagine doing that? Can you imagine how dumb that would be? Some guy goes, "Hey, I think they're going to put more seats up," and you just happen to believe him. But the trade hasn't even done anything yet. You just took profits, which is arbitrary to your trade, by the way. Where you decide to cover for some profits is arbitrary to the idea. If the idea is not really playing out, you just got your seat as like sweet front row, and some random dude is like, "Hey, trust me, bro, they're gonna put like 10 more rows up there." You're like, "Oh, bet. All right, you can have this. I'm gonna get." No. Um, I only have an ES 5 minute here, and I have some order flow. I have an 8 tick Renko. What do I make of the order flow? Um, get out of the way because there's a lot of buying. There's a lot of buying. And where I got long earlier around what, 8, we'll say 8:30-ish. Right before that, they did really try to sell it and they just ran into a big gigantic wall of buying and they spent however long I was in that trade before it moved, they spent the whole time trying to sell it. So what does that tell me then? If they spent all that time trying to sell it, they dumped a lot of sell and they got nothing for it. And afterwards, all I'm seeing is positive delta, just driving price. Just now they tried to sell a little bit. What'd they get for it? Nothing. So the idea now is you've got two basketball teams, two NBA teams. They've played each other 5 times. One team has lost 4 out of 5 games. Would you bet on the losing team to win the next? No. That's just the idea. So for me, if you want shorts, I wouldn't do it. If you want longs, it's probably too late to just hop on randomly now. I mean, who knows? If the market keeps going, you're good. But that's my thinking in terms of the ES order flow. There's still a lot of interest in buying this market, not enough sell interest to move it lower. And if, Mr. Hedge Fund Institution still has orders of 9,000 ES to buy for their clients, well, now they know I can't really buy it any lower. I have to buy these prices. And so the market will keep going. It's going to keep going until it finds big enough sell interest to start filling two-way trade, right? The market really has one job only, and it's to find balance. Finding balance means you found the counterparty to your trade so that you guys can do business and agree. Surprising to hear I suck at holding trades. Were my best trades not holding for long? My best trades were holding, but by the time you're watching that runner go, it's just a runner. And I have that mental like cushion of knowing, hey, I already took so much profits on this trade. What happens now to this 200-point runner is inconsequential, right? So it's a mental thing. But I need to partial out to get into that mode. If I'm holding like Jack does, I'm literally gonna get super squeamish and it's all gone. I'm taking it off. I can't do it. All right, well, guys, it's my time. It's Jack's time. And that will conclude our stream. So to later today, it's going to be Jack and Nick. For anyone who enjoys volatility, make sure you tune in.
Yeah.
But for
I'm going to
now, I
make sure to
mean,
bring a different market than Nick, but I will be on later. Ideally, I still want to hold this Russell position. Into that, I will maybe be in copper. Will definitely be out of gold. But thank you guys. Make sure you smash that like and subscribe button. And
see you guys in what, 2.5 hours. Hopefully, Jack is still in those longs.
yeah,
But if
we'll
not,
see.
we'll see if he can be the equalizer to Nick's volatility.
I turn off the Nasdaq when he gets on, but
Stop still.
ciao, guys.
All right, guys. See you guys in 2 hours.